Good morning. Today is Thursday, July 25th, and this is the time and place set for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of July. If you would please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. And if you have a written copy of your comments, an agent will take those. We'll take that copy from you. So at this time, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, Madam Secretary, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself have any questions of the speaker, the answer that time will not be held against those time constraints. So again, if you have any copies of handouts or comments to provide, please do not approach the dais and an enforcement agent will grab them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Please step forward to the podium. It appears that there is no one present in Carson City to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas.
Written. My name is Glenn Hunsucker, GLENNHUNSUCKER. My comment is about Regulation 14.040, minimum standards for gaming devices. Regulation 14.040 lists the minimum standards for a gaming device, but under Regulation 14.110, modification to a gaming device, it states that the minimum standards listed in 14.040 can be ignored by the casino if the chairman says they can. This is absurd. One regulation lists the minimum standards for a gaming device, and 3 pages later, another regulation says casinos can ignore the regulation and do whatever they want. This is more proof that those who wrote these regulations wanted to allow casinos to control the outcome of the game. I ask that Regulation 14 be rewritten by an unbiased group to protect the consumer. Casinos should not be allowed to control the outcome of the game. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Diamante Asbury here on behalf of the Culinary Union. The federal government ruled that Red Rock Casino's unlawful misconduct between September 2019 and June 2020 stemmed from a carefully crafted corporate strategy. In its June 17, 2024 decision, so pretty recently, affirming a 2022 administrative law ruling, the NLRB found that the most important unfair labor practices were planned and executed by Red Rock Casino and Station Casino's top management and owners. In rejecting Red Rock's defenses, the NLRB called out several Station Casinos executives by name for their unreliable testimony. Chief Financial Officer Stephen Cootie, Chief Legal Officer Jeffrey Welch, and the now retired Chief Operating Officer Robert Finch, among others, according to the board. direct quote, testified with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly implausible forgetfulness that the judge was fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable except where independently corroborated or against the Red Rock Casino's interest. Station Casinos, its parent company, Red Rock Resorts, Inc., and its properties now face a series of NLRB cases that together constitute one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in American history and could result in massive financial liability. The Station Casinos discrimination trial resumes in July this month, with 39 hearing days scheduled for 2024. Instead of complying with the NLRB bargaining order, Red Rock Casino continues to litigate on appeal. We believe that the unlawful misconduct by a Nevada gaming license holder should not be tolerated in any way. And we have included a copy of this June 17th decision with our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present?
How you guys doing? My name is Casiano Corpus. Spell it Casiano-Corpus. I have worked at Powell Station as a casino porter for 32 years. I am a union committee leader inside Powell Station, which means I talk to my coworkers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life and a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, pension, and a better insurance. Station Casinos does not want to give us what we're asking for. Every day I go to work, I am afraid because I don't know which day might be my last day. We only want Station Casino to respect the daily struggle of us employees and to sit with us and negotiate in the negotiating table and sign a union contract. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brianna Carbajal for the Culinary Union. That's BRIANA CARBAJAL. Shirazali Jafarali Laji was an owner and gaming licensee of the Rampart Casino when he died on March 28th. 2020. However, his name has remained on the casino's gaming license until March 21st, 2024, when the Culinary Union raised the issue to Nevada Gaming Commission. We find this disturbing. A dead person with an active gaming license is not appropriate for Nevada, and we worry that Nevada's Gaming Control Board Regulation 9 was not properly enforced following Laji's death. Regulation 9.020 states no licensee shall permit any spouse, heir, next of kin, personal representative, or guardian to take part in the operation of the licensed establishment, nor pay over to such person any part of the profits of such operation which accrue after the date of death or disability, unless such person is either a co-licensee or the holder of a temporary license as successor in interest, representative, or guardian. Given that the Nevada Gaming Commission has yet to approve a successor license holder for Rampart Casino, we have to ask, have any profits from the gaming operation at the Rampart been paid to unlicensed heirs or family members of Mr. Laji after his passing? We estimate Rampart Casino generates approximately $140 million in gaming revenue per year. Has any portion of such gaming revenue generated since Mr. Laji's passing been paid out to unlicensed individuals? We ask these questions in the interest and the integrity of Nevada's gaming regulatory system. We thank the staff for the time spent on the June 6 correspondence, and we look forward to your response to our questions today. We have included an explanation of our estimation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? All right, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for June 2024.
Okay, each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. Does anyone have any questions or comments? If not, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 5 and 6. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, are there any commissioner that has any questions or comments on agenda items 5 and 6 on the restricted consent? There being none, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items number 5 and 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Apologies, I'll repeat that. I move for approval of restricted consent items number 5 and 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the new game consent item?
Your item on the new game consent agenda this morning is item 1. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments by any of the commissioners on this item? Does anyone have a motion?
I move for approval of the new game, Louisiana Stud, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. We will be taking an item out of order to start. So if Madam Secretary, you could please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 are the applications of Kimihiko Higashio for licensure and or finding of suitability as officer and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker. I'm accompanied via Zoom by Kimihiko Higashio, Shinjo Kagawa, and CJ Fisher. Mr. Higashio is the applicant. Mr. Kagawa is the general manager of the Investor Relations Office for Konami Group Corporation and will help translate for Mr. Higashio if necessary. And Mr. Fisher is a partner and co-chair of the gaming department at Fox Rothschild. Appearing in person is Tom Gingoli, who serves as the Executive Vice President, Chief Operating Officer, Secretary, and a Director of Konami Gaming, and Laurie Oak, who serves as the Vice President, Regulatory Compliance, Konami Gaming. As discussed at the Gaming Control Board hearing, Mr. Higashio has been a board member of Konami Gaming Group Corporation since June 2005, and he is a long-standing licensee in Nevada. We're appearing before you today because in 2020, Mr. Higashio was appointed director and chairman of Konami Gaming, which, as your records will show, is a licensed manufacturer, distributor, and slot machine operator. He was also appointed the sole statutory officer and director of Konami Corporation America, which is the 100% owner of Konami Gaming. And he was appointed president of Konami Group Corporation, which is the publicly traded holding company. Mr. Higashio made an affirmative presentation at the Gaming Control Board hearing in June. We'd be happy to provide an abbreviated version of the presentation, or we could go straight to questions, whatever your preference.
First of all, thank you for being here and good morning. I think it's what, 2 a.m.? Is that it?
Yes.
Yes. Well, we would appreciate abbreviated presentation, just some
Absolutely.
abbreviated comments. And I just want to ask, I guess the screen in front of us is not available. Is that it today? Literally says not available. Oh, you didn't see me jump up to fix it.
Mm. もう始めていいんですか？うん。
Sorry, we appreciate your patience while we work on a technical problem briefly. Well, if it's not an easy fix, we can just continue with what we've got. Sorry about that. I thought it might be something simple, but apparently it's not.
Would you like me to hand the podium over to Mr. Chip?
Please.
So for the record, the applicant, Mr. Higashi.
Hi, good morning, Chair Toriati, members of the Commission, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Kimihiko Higashio. Thank you for allowing me to appear via Zoom today. I have worked at Konami since 1997, and during that time, have served various positions within the Konami organization. I currently serve as the president and representative director of Konami Group Corporation, which is a publicly traded holding company. In this role, I oversee various departments within Konami Group Corporation, including the finance department, human resources, general affairs, audit office, internal control office, investor relations, and the secretarial office. I report to Kagemasa Kozuki, who is the chairman and representative director, as well as to the board of directors. I also serve as the sole statutory officer, director, and chairman of Konami Corporation of America, which is a 100% owner of Konami Gaming. A representative director and chairman of Konami Digital Entertainment, which develops entertainment content, including video games and trading cards, and senior managing director of Kozuki Foundation, which aims to improve people's quality of life through the promotion and development of sports, educational, and cultural support related activities. With specific regard to Konami Gaming, my role as director and chairman is ensure the company continues to experience steady growth. I convene the board of directors meeting and oversee the executive department of Konami Gaming, which, as you know, boasts a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the gaming industry. Because I am a citizen and resident of Japan, I visit the United States only a few times a year. That said, I am in frequent communication with the board of directors and executive department, including frequent video conference meetings with Steve Sutherland, President CEO, and Tom Zingori, CEO. Steve Sutherland report to me. I do not report to anyone within Konami Gaming, other than my duty to report to the other directors in my role as chairman. I am happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today and making your appearance. We do appreciate it very much. And excuse me, also that of your colleagues. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I say good morning, Mr. Hagashio, it certainly is morning for you. We appreciate the late hour. That you're sitting with us to go through this today. You are exquisitely qualified to be considered, in this application. So I really have no concerns, just an appreciation for your past and your experience and your continued dedication to the gaming industry and the manufacturing side. I had one question about your history of being licensed in Nevada. In our packets, it was discussed that you were at a period of time during your licensing in Nevada that you were no longer an officer of Konami Group, and then you were reappointed as president of the Konami Group. And Mr. Light, if you can help also, and it's always a pleasure to see you, but can you just explain what that absence or when he was no longer an officer, that period of time?
Absolutely. Laurie, do you know? Sure, please. For the record, Laurie Oak.
Hello, good morning. At some point in time, the structure of Konami Group Corporation removed the officer titles. And at that time, I think it was more they left with the director, the directors, the representative directors and the director titles, from my recollection.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there was just a period of time that he was not licensed when these titles were changed. So he didn't leave Konami Group?
No, he never left Konami Group. I think there just may have been a restructure, and I'd have to look at the timeline. I don't have that in our. Yeah, I can't. Fact that it occurred. I can't recall off the top of my head, but I can get the timeline and present that to the commission, just as to what happened within that time period of those two officer positions.
But and I appreciate the offer. This was mostly if there was a break.
Yeah, no, there was no break.
Service to the Konami Group, and there's not.
There's
and
no
that
break.
Satisfies me. No I was break. Just curious. And Mr. Hagashio, in your conversation with the Gaming Control Board, and as you've just made a comment a few minutes ago, you said you would be visiting the United States a few times a year, and that you're in constant contact with Mr. Sutherland and others, and completely understand the ability to do that with technology today. But could you just clarify what a few times a year means? Is that twice a year, 4 times a year? I know you have your quarterly meetings, but if you could just clarify the frequency of your anticipated travel to the United States and hopefully Nevada on each visit.
はい、先ほども、年に数回、アメリカを訪問すると。で、スティーブあるいはトムと定期的にビデオカンファレンスのミーティングも行っているというふうにご説明をいただきました。で、その具体的にその年数回というのが、例えば年2回なのか4回なのか、そのうちネバダ州どれぐらい訪問されているかなどですね、もう少しちょっと具体的な回数についてご説明いただけますでしょうか。
はい、ご質問ありがとうございます。 今年で、具体的に申し上げますと、6月にネバダ、ラスベガスを訪問し、公聴会にも出席させていただいて、そのタイミングで現地を視察し、エグゼクティブボード、幹部とコミュニケーション会議を持っております。また7月においては米国のサンディエゴを訪問し、コナミゲーミングの重要取引先であるオペレーターを数カ所訪問し、そのタイミングでスティーブ・サザーランド CEO とトム・ジンゴリ COO との会議を設けております。直近の具体的な訪問については以上であります。
Yes, so for example, this year, back in June, I visited Nevada, Las Vegas, and held meetings with the executive board members. And I visited Las Vegas in order to attend the public hearing back then. And also in July this month, I visited the San Diego area where we have some of the key important clients, casino operators for Konami Gaming, and met with the management teams of those operators. And during that occasion, we've had meetings with Tom and Steve, who are Steve is the CEO of Konami Gaming and COO of Konami Gaming, Tom Gingoli. So we've had these meetings, in-person meetings with the executive management team this month as well.
So just to clarify, and I very much appreciate and I'm grateful for your answer, sir, but do you have an estimated frequency of travel to the United States going forward?
はい。で、今後につきましては、大体年何回ぐらいアメリカを訪問する予定ですとか、そのようなイメージというのはございますでしょうか。
年2、3回訪問したいと思っています。
Yes, I expect to visit the United States approximately 2 or 3 times per year going forward.
Excellent. Thank you. It's an exciting time to be in Japan. I know the Japanese regulators have been frequent visitors to Nevada and understanding how the Gaming Control Board does its business. And I had the great pleasure of welcoming a group of regulators to Northern Nevada, and it was a great pleasure. And given the activities in Osaka, it's a very exciting time for gaming in Japan. But sir, I congratulate you on your experience, your work, your accomplishments, and it's my honor to support your application today.
はい。今、日本でもですね、この当局からネバダを訪問されてですね、で、ネバダ州で実際にどのようなこのコントロールボードが運営されているのか等々ですね、視察で来られて、実際ネバダ州北部でですね、日本からの当局の方々をお迎えしているということも経験しております。大阪のプロジェクト進んでいるということでですね、大変喜ばしいことだと思います。で、東尾様におきましてもですね、長年の功績については感謝を申し上げたいと思いますので、全面的にこのライセンスをですね、サポートさせていただきたいと思います。
Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, Mr. Higashio, thank you again. I echo Commissioner Krylicki's comments. My query was going to be about the frequency of your travel to the United States. You are eminently qualified, and I will have no hesitation in supporting your application today. Congratulations, sir, and good luck going forward. Thank you, Chair.
はい、ありがとうございます。全面的にですね、このライセンス今回もサポートさせていただきますので、おめでとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver, anything else?
No, I'm happy to support this as well. And I echo the comments. Thank you.
With that said, I don't have any additional questions or comments. Again, we very much appreciate you appearing today by, at this late hour. And at this time, if there's no other questions or comments for him or for his counsel, I would entertain a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you for being so accommodating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so back in order, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Penn Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Appearing on behalf of the applicant here, Penn Entertainment, Inc. is Greg Soriano of the law firm McDonald Crono. With me via video is Chris Soriano, the Vice President, Chief Compliance Officer for Penn Entertainment, appearing from somewhere, I believe, in Pennsylvania. We made a fairly detailed presentation for the board, Chair Togliatti, and I wasn't sure whether you wanted Mr. Soriano to repeat some of that or all of it or abbreviated portion of that, or just happy to take questions from the commission.
I would open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
It seems to me, Madam Chair, that all the regulatory requirements have been met since we first started these conversations. So I don't have any further questions in that regard at this point.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Soriano, I had some questions for you regarding the compliance issues that were raised in the prior reviews that have been ongoing with the company starting back, I believe, in 2020. I'm sorry, I can't see you well. In your last response, which I believe was dated May 22nd, 2024, you indicated that you would review the corporate policies. I think 6 out of 11 had not been reviewed as of the new interim review follow-up that the Gaming Control Board did. Have those in fact been reviewed?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here by video today. The policies have all been reviewed. 1 or 2 we're looking at from some tweaks for outside counsel at this point in time, but that process is well underway, and we anticipate ratifying all of those reviewed policies at our upcoming compliance committee meeting, which is scheduled for August 15th.
What was the cause of the delay in getting that accomplished? Chairman Hendricks had asked that that be done earlier this year.
Yeah, a lot of those policies we wanted to, again, review with outside counsel. We wanted to go through to make sure that they had incorporated aspects of our interactive business, make sure that we were working on best practices, and really study them from the bottom up. So it took us a little bit longer than we would have liked, but we wanted to make sure that we ended up with a set of really robust policies. And I'm comfortable with the fact that that's where we've landed.
And with respect to the recommendation that internal controls be implemented to minimize recurrence of preventable regulatory fines and violations, the response that you provided to the board did not satisfy the board's request. Has that been looked at again?
It has, Commissioner, and I think we're open to more and more enhanced ways of meeting with our properties and following up. We're in a situation where we deal with 20 different regulators in various jurisdictions, some of which focus on different items, and some of which issue regulatory violations differently. So what I think we're studying, Commissioner, it's a great question, is how do we come up with a corporate policy that applies across the organization, yet still recognizes the individual sensitivities that various states have? For example, a number of states are very heavy on issuing violations for sensitive keys leave the property, for example. Looking at, so how do we control for human error? How do we come up with better policies? How do we standardize that? Something that the operations team, the compliance committee, and I are all working very closely on. Our new process that we implemented last quarter was to distribute information about this to all of the general managers, and then on an ongoing basis to meet with our general managers if we see recurring violations. And we're studying whether that's something that's going to work, or we think we need to come up with something even better.
Okay, and I saw that was your response, but respectfully, that doesn't address the issue. That's a communication issue as far as communicating the violations to your various operational persons, but that doesn't address the internal controls. Those are two very different things. And I realize and I appreciate that you're in different jurisdictions, and one size may not fit all as far as the internal controls, but they need to be reviewed, because in looking at the list of recurring violations from throughout the company, you have a lot of repeated violations for things that are very avoidable. There should be no reason you have that many minors that interact with staff. There shouldn't be a reason to have that many people that are self-excluded interact and get payouts without being identified. So those are very concerning to me. And you saying that you're going to tell management about it is not enough. You need to look at the controls. You need to amend the controls on a per property basis to satisfy your overall policy of whatever the policy, however you want to describe this policy, the policy of, following the policy may be that you're following that jurisdiction's regulations, but the actual controls to prevent that at each location may differ. So I'm very concerned about it. That was raised during the board meeting, and the responses that I see from the company are somewhat, they're just inadequate for me. I mean, in some cases, you're taking a lot of action, and I commend you for that. So I don't want to, make it sound like you're doing nothing, but several of your responses were respectfully a little bit flipped to me, that yes, we're going to talk about it. We need action, and talking about it is just not enough. So that is aside from the issue that you before us, but the fact that the board has had to expend resources to do that many reviews in such a short period is just unacceptable.
Understood, Commissioner, and we will certainly take that back and do property by property reviews of the internal controls. And I also think, one area that we've been exploring as well when you see these kinds of circumstances is the training of the staff adequate. We can write a good set of controls, but I also think taking a look at staff training and making sure that those controls are being properly implemented is something that we're focused on, we'll continue to focus on. And I did want to note, we have a follow-up meeting scheduled with the board in September to go through this in some more detail. And so, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the board's comments and feedback. It's something we take very seriously, and we'll continue to work on enhancements.
I appreciate it. And I hope, again, that just includes some action. I was in the gaming business on the operational side for almost 12 years. And I don't think set of keys went home more than maybe twice across 14 jurisdictions. So the number of incidents and where people are taking keys home suggests to me that those controls are just not in place. And this needs to be a top-down approach. Your employees are not going to take it seriously if management doesn't take it seriously.
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Certainly, and thank you for the answers to some of those questions. I share Commissioner Solis-Rainey's doubts, or perhaps minor skepticism, but I would like to suggest or mention to you that there are many properties, and I had exposure to this myself when I was running properties, and perhaps you've already considered tying some of performance metrics, frankly, to just overall compensation. I've seen that work very well in places where I have been operating them, and just a suggestion, take it for what it's worth, but thank you for facing us on this today.
Oh, I appreciate that, Commissioner Marcantonis, and yes, overall compliance is factored in. I think we'll take a look at that from a more nuanced perspective in response to your suggestions and thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki, did you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you. The great luxury of sitting on the commission is, even though we're here to discuss Mr. Giordano and yourself, the shelf registration, we get to speak about anything we wish. So at the risk of piling on, I'm going to pile on as well. Sir, you really are in the hot seat. I appreciate your comments. You've got a difficult job, and I do have great sympathy. I think the 43 properties, different accounting systems, to bring all of those pieces together, proper integration, I understand you have quite the challenge. But if we have a theme, and if you can bring it back, it is the various compliance issues. There's been quite the correspondence trail between Penn and the Gaming Control Board. And there was, comments in a final letter, or one of the recent letters in January, but the final paragraph about, the pride and what you've all done in compliance. You got a lot of work to do. And I have had a chance to watch these proceedings and a rump meeting, and there is sincere frustration with the lack of speed and seriousness. And again, I don't want to make this so difficult for you, but we're watching. It's important. It's got to be done. And again, we're here for the shelf registration, which I fully support. I get. You've got a tremendous company, but the compliance has to keep pace with the majesty of Penn and gaming in your operations. And by the way, to make this light, I've been to Cactus Beats twice in the last 3 months, that way and coming back. But it's always a pleasure to get a little final dose of Nevada before you head into Idaho and other places. But appreciate the job before you. But please, I think you've heard this loud and clear and loud, that the compliance issues have to be essential and tackled, ASAP. And know you've made progress, but it needs to be completed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Kulicki, and I appreciate the comments and the feedback.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just echo the same concerns, and I realize that you technically meet the shelf requirements, but it was really surprising to read these reports and your responses to the board and timing issues. I'm just saying the same thing that the other commissioners are saying, because I haven't seen so many violations in one report, I don't think. So it is concerning, but technically you have met the requirements for the shelf approval. So thank you for your continued efforts, and I do support this as well. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver.
So I think everything that could be said on these issues has been said. I appreciate the commitment that you're making to us and to the board. And so on the matter before us, the application for the continuous or delayed public offering, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval, non-restricted item number 1, as read into the record by Ms. Nicole Rupert, Madam Secretary, and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Before we vote on this, it's draft number 1 dated June 10th, 24. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any discussion or comments on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Secretary, could you please read in? Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for finding of suitability as sole member and manager of Digital Holdco LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of Digital Holdco LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of William Hill U.S. Holdco Inc., and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of William Hill U.S. Holdco Inc. for a transfer of interest. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning. Once again, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Secretary, members of the Board, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Crono. On behalf of the applicants here today, the applications before you are for a little change in corporate structure with the insertion of a new intermediary company between the parent company, Caesars Entertainment, and the William Hill companies in Nevada. I thank you for waiving the appearance, Mr. Jeff Hendricks. If you gave a pretty good explanation or meaning of the reasons and justification rationale of these structural changes with respect to the insertion of digital holdco in the corporate structure. But we'd be happy to answer any questions the commission.
Yes, I waived his appearance because of his lengthy presentation and answering of questions for the board. Just for the record, we're talking about draft number 2 dated order draft number 2 dated July 9th, 24, correct?
Yes, we're looking at 13th revised order registration for Caesars Entertainment, draft number 2 dated July 9th, 2024.
Okay. At this time, I will open it up for any questions or comments by any of my colleagues. Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis, do you have anything?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Mr. Giordano, hello again.
Commissioner.
I certainly support the packet and understand the reasons for it. Taxes are a compelling thing, so I appreciate what you're doing. I'm not sure that you're prepared to discuss this, and I was going to ask Mr. Hendricks, but certainly in the news in the last week or so, the World Series of Poker, which is a precious asset of the company, had some issues in the finals or just some controversy about, was it, a poker ghost stream technology being used. Are you able to say anything about that?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. All I know is what I read in the papers about it. I personally have no knowledge about it. I mean, this was a pretty successful event, at least prior to that, in a sense. They had the record number of entries, the main event. So it's doing very well. I just don't know what to make of that myself. Commissioner, sorry.
Nor do I. And I was, again, as I said previously, it's always wonderful to take advantage of people being in front of us for unrelated things. But yeah, it is, the World Series of Poker is such a magnificent program and event and valuable, asset for the company. I just hope they're able to tackle that so there's a calmness in the World Series of Poker world, if that's what it is. All right, and I'm fully supportive.
If you'd like, Commissioner, I could ask Mr. Hendricks to personally get back to you on that, some email or memo or something about that. Explain what happened there, what that's all about, if you like.
That's probably beyond my pay grade if they wish to communicate with the gaming control board, but it's just noticed and it's in the news. And I think I, like many other fans of the World Series of Poker, just look forward to how that issue is resolved going forward next year. Thank you.
Very good. But of course, the company will be happy to respond to any inquiries and questions either the board or the commission on that matter and that issue.
Commissioner Solis Rainey, anything?
I don't have any further comments. I'm comfortable with the application, and I thought we were ready for motions.
Okay. Are you prepared to make one?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And we've already confirmed it's draft 2 of the 13th revised order registration dated July 9th, 2024.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, can you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Novomatic AG for an amendment to their order of registration. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
So Ms. Stoppel was going to be here, head of regulatory affairs for Novomatic. However, I found out a day ago, I think, maybe a little longer, that she had some significant travel issues and was requesting to appear by Zoom. So we just need to get her in.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, for the records, my name is Sabine Stoppel, Stoppel, and I'm Head of Group Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to appear in person this time due to current extensive disruption of flights within Europe. I'm very sorry, and thank you very much for allowing me to participate via Zoom today. Also present via Zoom is Michael Rohecker, legal counsel who represents Novomatic AG in an ongoing investigation in Austria. With your permission, I would like to give you a brief overview on today's agenda item number 3, the amendment to Novomatic AG's order of registration, which is dated November 16th, 2017. With this order of registration, Novomatic AG was registered as a PTC and controlling beneficial owner of Nevada licensee Ainsworth Game Technology Ltd. Novo Invest and Novo Swiss are registered holding companies of Novomatic AG and Ainsworth Game Technology. In July 2023, Johann Graf, the ultimate beneficial owner of these companies, contributed the 75.1% shareholding he held in Novo Invest to his private foundation, JFG Privatstiftung, of which Johann Graf is a controlling person and beneficiary. This share contribution was approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission's June 2023 meetings. Since then, JFG Privatstiftung has become a registered holding company and a member of Novo Invest GmbH. This change requires an amendment to Novomatic AG's order of registration. Another new item will be that the status report requirement regarding the pending investigations in Austria will now also be covered by the amended order of registration. May I please respectfully request the approval of the amendment of Novomatic AG's order of registration.
Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. Appreciate your struggles with travel and being here by Zoom. At this time, I'm going to open up the matter for questions or comments by any of my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Markantonis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stoppel. It's probably appropriate if there is any update right now on the investigations, the Austrian investigations?
Yes, Commissioner, there are updates. Mr. Rohecker, would you please give an update?
Do we have him on? He's not on? Yes, ROHREGGER. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, thank you very much. I think I wasn't included in the meeting at the beginning. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give you an update on the Austrian proceeding. What I can report is that the structure of the proceeding is still unchanged. It still is only a preliminary investigation by the public prosecutor. It is not a court proceeding yet. We have no indictments, of course, no convictions. And just recently today, we received a notification by the public prosecutor that he has dropped one of the major suspicions that were investigated and partially closed the file in that respect. So to sum up, the proceeding is unchanged, but the suspicions that are investigated have been reduced recently.
Reduced by one, right?
Reduced by one. Maybe if the way that I mean, there is no specific counting how many suspicions there are, but I would say in that counting, it would be around 4 suspicions investigated. So 1 of the 4 major suspicions have been dropped.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Okay.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I didn't have any questions on these. They were all answered during the board meeting. But I appreciate you both being here.
Commissioner Silver, anything?
No, I I think that the condition of the quarterly updates is going to be sufficient, considering how they move in that country on these.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Stoppel and Mr. Roehager. I regret that we just regularly have to discuss this, that the processes are so slow, but it sounds like you're making progress slowly but surely with the Austrian courts. So that is good news. I appreciate the Gaming Control Board's recommendation to go from the 30-day to the 90-day reporting. I think that, you've all been cooperating with our Gaming Control Board, exquisitely well, and with that appreciation and positive progress. If that's not progress is always positive, right? That all, I think that merits the 90 days. And I do have to agree with Judge Assad taking the road trip to Vienna. Again, and I've mentioned previously, I was a student at the University of Vienna many years ago, and it's one of my favorite cities. Had a chance to be there again last year. Went to the Stadtoper and had a chance to go to the Hotel Sacher for my regular torta fix. And life is good, but I fully support the order of registration being requested today. Thank you for being patient with us.
So I have a question related to a reference in our materials to litigation matter, a coverage dispute with an insurance carrier related to these issues.
Yes, this was, no, it's still ongoing. This is an issue with an insurance in regards to Novomatic wanted to claim legal costs for the ongoing investigations, and this insurance association or company denied, and that is why Novomatic filed this court proceeding.
So it's an actual litigated matter in the courts versus.
Yes, correct. Yes, it says civil litigation. Yeah.
And how long has that been going on?
I think it started. I would have to ask the legal department. However, I think it started last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so were that to not be resolved in some way, how does it? Is it a judge that decides that, or is it something like the American system with a jury trial?
Correct. Yeah. You file, and there is a first instance decision, and then you can appeal, and it's second instance, and so I'm pretty sure it will go on for a while.
I was just curious. It was part of our materials, and I was curious what stage of that litigation you would be in. But I'm hearing that's a years long dispute unless it resolves. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else have anything else? Does anyone have a motion at this time?
Madam Chair, I do. And just to reiterate, if there is a change in any of the legal proceedings, that you will, regardless of the 90-day reporting, you will immediately report to the Gaming Control Board. But with that understanding, I'm pleased to make a motion to approve non-restricted item number 3, as read into the record by Madam Secretary. And for clarification, this is the order of registration draft number 2, as recommended for approval by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate your appearance today and answering our questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, excuse me. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Leaving
Morning,
it
Chair
to my better-
Tagliati and members of the commission. Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Golden Entertainment, Inc. With you in Las Vegas is Phil Skilland, who's the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, Chief Compliance Officer, and Secretary for Golden Entertainment. The matter before you today is Golden's application for a continuous or delayed public offering pursuant to NGC Regulation 16.115. As you know, the Gaming Control Board unanimously recommended approval. Madam Chair, happy to go through the criteria in Regulation 16.115, or we are ready to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Before I open it up for any questions that my colleagues may have, this is draft number 1. The order that we're talking about would be draft number 1 dated May 15th, 24, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask my colleagues if any of you have any questions or comments.
I did not. This is very straightforward and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you.
Ditto. Madam Chair, just a quick question. Ms. Gillen, Mr. Alonso, always a pleasure to see you both. I do think that there's a special shout out to the Gaming Control Board staff and Tina Logan, senior agent, and the other folks under Chief Hoffman's direction. But I know there's a timing issue. I absolutely appreciate you taking the sword for it two weeks ago. You did it gallantly, and we appreciate you doing that. My question was, this is a Gaming Control Board Nevada Commission thing. What happens, if we miss the July? I understand the shelf would have expired, now, but would you just be 30 days without a shelf registration capability, or would you have to redo
I believe we would have had to refile. So we appreciate everybody's work on this on the commission side. So we would have been without it. Our goals right now are not to do anything immediately, but I don't like to have to. I don't like that it happened. And second, I wouldn't like to have to redo it.
We know you've been busy, but I just didn't understand if there were a gap, what that meant
hopefully
administratively in it, but it sounds like it may have been a lot. So again, the shout out to the Gaming Control Board for being alert for this. As regulators, we can be the gotcha types, or we can work with the industry to make sure that everyone's doing it right and happily. And that's exactly where we should be. And I appreciate the efforts that the staff
I
has
would
put
say
forth.
again, thank you to Tina Logan and the whole group, because over my 17 years now, I've had an opportunity to work with just about everybody. And I haven't had those gotchas. We hopefully have been good partners. So we appreciate it very much.
Excellent. Certainly pleased to support the shelf.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, do I have a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of PlayAGS, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Madam Chair, I have a disclosure with respect to this item. Moore's Law Group, in which I was a partner, served as local counsel for Apollo Global Management, Inc. and some of its subsidiaries and securities litigation in federal court. The representation was not material to the firm, and the claims against our clients were dismissed in 2022. The case was appealed to the Ninth Circuit earlier this year after the other claims were disposed of, but neither I or my firm had any involvement in the appeal. I have no pecuniary interest in the matter before us and do not believe my prior representation would affect the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation, and I intend to participate and vote on this matter.
Madam Chair, I too have a disclosure to make. Mr. Chair has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. I therefore intend to fully participate in the consideration of this matter.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants. And good morning to you, Chair Togliatti, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. This is another request for approval of a shelf offering. PlayAGS meets all of the requirements of Regulation 16.115. It has a class of securities traded on the New York Stock Exchange. It has stockholders' equity in excess of $10 million, as reported on its last Form 10Q, and has filed all reports required with the SEC. The order in front of you today is draft number 1, dated June 4th, 2024, and we believe that order is in proper form for approval. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Well, excuse me, if I might. I want to first thank Agent Victoria Park for her work on this, and I also want to thank you, Chair Togliatti, for waiving the appearances of Mr. Zeems and Mr. Griffith, and for allowing me to appear for Carson City.
Thank you. It's my understanding that you are available to answer any questions my colleagues might have, so I'm going to open it up to them. Questions or comments?
I have to make Mr. Scherer earn his living today. You can't let him off without any questions. I'm just going to take another shot after you weren't able to discuss it several weeks ago. But the agreement for the merger with Bingo Holdings, any updates on that situation, Mr. Scherer?
I do not have any updates on that. No, I came prepared to talk about Brightstar and that acquisition. There's not any real updates on timing. We're still targeting the second half of next year.
I appreciate that. I know the Brightstar is part of that transaction. Yeah. Understand you can't discuss it, but at least you can tell your client that you had to answer a difficult question today. But I fully support Shell.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis, anything?
Nothing additional.
Okay, then it would appear that this matter is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here. And we're going to ask Madam Secretary to please read it, non-restricted number 6.
Thank you.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications by GNNV Holdings LLC and Golden Landries LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my left is Jason Sides. He's the Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe and Casino, Hotel and Casino. In August of 2023, the Commission approved the transfer of interest in Neva One LLC, doing business as Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Lake Tahoe. After the closing, the property was rebranded as a Golden Nugget. The buyers acquired that equity with cash, but then entered into a financing transaction in December of 2023 to pay back the parent companies that initially loaned the funds for that transaction. This is a pretty straightforward application. The loan was guaranteed and secured and included, the security included a pledge of equity of each of Golden Landries and GNNV Holdings of their membership interests in Neva One. Pursuant to NRS 463-5733 sub 1, those pledges require Commission approval to be effective. So with that, we are asking for your approval and we are open to questions.
Thank you. Start on this side today. Do either of you have any questions or comments?
Very straightforward for me. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey or Krolicki?
I also don't have any questions regarding this transaction. You kind of previewed it for us when the property was purchased, but I was curious about how the property was doing.
Sure. Good morning. Doing very well. As you know, the property was acquired in August, shoulder season, and we're now several weeks into the busy summer season. The property, parts of the renovation way, and other parts are still in the planning phase.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
I'm going to be responsible for making this meeting last longer today. I've got a conversation to have with Mr. Sides. Ms. Vermey, is always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for all you do. As I'm sure you're aware, I am a resident of Douglas County and state line, and I'm your neighbor. And I understand that you and your family have now moved to Carson Valley, so you're a Douglas County resident also?
That is correct. I'm happy to be there.
And how old are the kids?
We have one child. He is 6.
Okay, but he'll be in the Douglas County School District.
That's right.
I know it's probably tempting to be in Washoe, but you'll be happy that you're in Douglas County. And even if it's for tax reasons, second lowest property tax rate county in Nevada after. No one knows that answer because you're all Clark County folks. I'm not going to tell you then, but you're doing well. The community is just so excited to have you and the Fertitta family and the Golden Nugget as part of our community. The crowds of 4th of July and the celebrity golf, I think you had a real taste of what can happen up there and the densities and things. But my conversation is more on being involved in the community. Despite it being Lake Tahoe and not very far from civilization, it's still a very rural place. You're going to wear lots of hats in your new role. And so that's, I think, some of the things I would like to just discuss today. But in conversations with the various entities up there, your property and you, I believe, are going to be part of the South Tahoe Alliance of Resorts. Yes?
That is correct. I am a board member of that organization.
And you'll be working on the Main Street Plan and the Tahoe Transportation District. I believe you'll be sitting on the sewer board. That's an exciting job, but I know they're eager to see you. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority is a phenomenal group of people. And again, I know you're busy, moving your family and doing the renovations, and again, delighted with those renovations. That property, this may be indelicate, but it's been such a important part of state line Nevada and for Douglas County, but just the bones were tired, and previous owners have tried to gloss it up and make it attractive and valiantly, but the projects that you're undertaking to really get to the skeletons and the bones and what's behind the walls is noted and appreciated. I think that will be such a tremendous thing to our community. I know some of the local political leadership has yet to meet you, some of the county commissioners. I urge you to, Commissioner Rice is your local, commissioner for the Tahoe Douglas area. So I urge you to perhaps visit him when you've got a minute to breathe, just so we can work together. There's some NDOT issues that are critical. There have been discussions, former vice chair of NDOT. It's somewhat frustrating, but the Highway 50 is such a crucial corridor for everyone, and especially for the resort industry. But people commute and they live, and the widening. It's currently 4 lanes, as you well know, but there's much discussion about narrowing Highway 50 to single lane traffic in each direction, at least up to the Spooner Summit area. These are important issues to be engaged in, and I know your responsibilities are, on the property and the 20 whatever acres you sit on, but I hope you're fully engaged in working with the local leadership to make sure that the health safety, but the most important projects and the abilities to move them forward, that you'll put yours and your company's muscle behind them, because it's critical to be done. I also want to appreciate the employment aspect. We talked about that again, but the amount of investment that you're all making in that property is not only the infrastructure, but in people. And with the renovations being done, will you be going, your current head count is 250 to 300, I think, or
No, I
maybe
believe
more?
we're closer to 370, I believe.
Okay, so and that's, so when you're, and I know the Saltgrass restaurant is opening, and Judge Assad, I have to give a report on food review on the Saltgrass. So I'm eager to, I don't know if I can afford it, but I'll certainly try, and I'll give you a full report, Judge. But when you get the second tower finished and the floor, and I think you've got some convention area, what do you think your employee headcount will be late next year?
Sure. We anticipate increasing employee count by 15 to 20% current levels when renovations are complete.
And that's great news. And you're able to find the workforce that's trained and available so far?
That is a challenge in that market. There's no doubt, but I'm confident that we'll be able to accomplish that.
And are most of those employees coming up over the hill, or are they coming from South Lake Tahoe, California?
It's obviously a mix of all. I do not have the percentages that come from each place.
All right, I think that's it, and I appreciate my colleagues indulging my local interest in what you're doing. But again, congratulations, welcome to Carson Valley and Douglas County and the state line area. This is more important things that have happened in our little 89449 zip code in decades. Complete confidence in your abilities. The people who have encountered you have nothing but praise and appreciation. But again, I just urge you going forward, you're going to wear many hats that are off property, but we need your direct involvement and championing and cheerleading, and Krolicki's happy to be one of those if it's appropriate, and it's not a regulation thing, it's just a community thing. But welcome, and I'm certainly delighted to support this application today and totally get the $177 million loan from South to be refit and redone. So the purpose of this application is well understood and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Mr. Side, I didn't notice you taking down any notes of all that homework you've just been given. You're going to play it back, I'm sure, and jot it all down.
My understanding is I can watch this again online, correct?
Yeah, you definitely can. I was just thinking, I know that's what you're going to have to do, because when you appear next time in front of us, my fellow commissioners have long memories. So
And his application is pending. So.
It is. Thank you, Ms. Verbaes, and also good seeing you too. And if your application is pending, perhaps you should look into an indoor curling arena. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
You have no idea where that came from, but I'm delighted that not only you publicly, but Commissioner Solis Rainey has whispered to me, curling is very important to this commissioner. But the Blue Arena, there's a new convention center right across the street from him. So I hope in the future that we will be hosting many curling events in the event center, and the heads and beds will be shared wonderfully with the various properties. But certainly the Golden Nugget gets its share of curling fans. So they're Canadians. They take care of themselves. They make their own beds in the morning. It's a perfect visitor profile for your company. You should pursue curling. So that's another thing on your list. Thank you, sir.
You may have to watch the meeting to remember all of it, but I'm thinking you're going to remember the sewer board, and you don't need to look that up. Hopefully that won't take away from your duties at work.
Not at all.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything related to the agenda item? All right. Does anyone have a motion?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the item?
I second.
Or the motion, excuse me. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 7?
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Joseph Linscott for licensure as a key employee at Alamo Gaming Holdings, LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser of the law firm of Fenimore Craig, and I'm pleased to introduce with me at the podium Joseph J. Linscott, who is before you on his application for key employee suitability and licensing as the General Manager of Alamo Gaming Holdings, LLC. Also present on the application hearing and available remotely from Carson City is Robert A. Cashel Jr., manager and member of the company, who is accompanied by my Fenimore colleague, Taylor Gould. We appreciate the professionalism and diligence of Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Kaufman, Agent Lopez in advancing the application to you today. At the chair's instruction, we are prepared to rest on the unanimous recommendation of the board and respond to questions, or we can provide an abbreviated affirmative presentation, whatever your pleasure is.
We would love for you to introduce yourself and tell us about you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, board members. For the record, my name is Joseph Linscott. I would like to express my gratitude for being here, as I did before the board. I've often admired those who held the gaming license before me. I'm honored to be standing here myself. I owe a huge thanks to my employer, Mr. Cashel, for the opportunity. As I'm sure you remember, Alamo Gaming Holdings LLC acquired the membership interest in TA Operating Nevada LLC, which operated 4 non-restricted locations and 1 restricted location, each inside a TA Petro Travel Center. We leased the space to operate the casino entities, only the casino entities at each site. Over the past year, I've entered under former licensee Will Chichester, where I've had the benefited greatly from his experience and training. I've also been working with general managers at our other Cashel-owned properties, which is a great network for us to call on each other for advice and information. I report to Mr. Brett Shirley, Chief Operating Officer of the Cashel entities, Mr. Rob Cashel, President and CEO. I meet with them at minimum weekly to debrief all things Alamo. Mr. Shirley and Mr. Cashel have been available to me for advice and counsel anytime they're needed. Most of our management and our team members have been with our, Alamo Casinos for over a decade. I wanted to bring this up before you for a couple reasons. One is to display the extensive experience in the team that I work with on a daily basis. 2 is because it's a great example of culture that was started by Mr. Cashel at these properties. And 3, I think the longevity of my teammates is, in my opinion, speaks volumes for displaying that it's a happy workplace. And that's important to me. Lastly, I'd like to summarize my site visits. We are spread across the state, as you guys know, with the travel. Las Vegas and Reno is a relatively easy flight. I can be at those properties within a few hours. Mill City is a reasonable short drive from us, and it's about halfway between Reno and Wells, Nevada. And that is also within minutes of our other Cashel-owned properties. And then our furthest property is our Wells location, which is about 5 hours away. It's been my goal since I took on this role to visit those properties as frequently as possible. And our staff has mentioned to me personally that they appreciate the constant support. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Reeser and open it to.
Did you see Southwest is changing their seating plan? For those who have to travel from the north to the south, this was pretty important. You didn't know?
No.
Oh, it's in the paper.
For the record, they've done that one time before and it lasted 1.5 years.
Okay. Well, jury's out, I guess. Okay, I'm going to open it up for my colleagues for any questions or comments. Commissioner Marcantonis.
Sure, thank you for being here. Mr. Linscott, very impressive background. And you have finishing this year, the UNR program?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about the gaming management program at UNR.
So
yes,
you were talking over each other.
I apologize.
He's already graduated.
Oh, he's already graduated. Excuse me, because I thought I must have got it down. Do you mind spending just 2 minutes to tell us a little bit about what that program encompasses? I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So this was the extended studies program through UNR. When I was in college back in 2009, they did offer a gaming management program as a minor. And I did complete some of those classes at that time. But this was the extended studies program at the university, and you can do any plethora of classes. I chose specifically some that were in this time frame to make sure that I was presenting before you with that experience. But a lot of that that we went into, it was very in-depth in slot analysis, the statistics, the running numbers on that, and seeing what is most marketable. That class was very fascinating. I also took another class on surveillance and security, and how you can find cheats through numbers and reporting, and also watching for controlling profits and loss prevention. So it was very fascinating. I really enjoyed the courses.
Oh, that is very interesting. Thank you for that. Well done. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
I just concur with what he said, and I watched the board meeting and saw that you were driving all the way out there to Wells and that you had family out there as well. So I didn't think it was such an easy drive, but I congratulate you on doing that all the time.
Certainly don't have a problem with the drive across the state. As I mentioned, with family, we do it quite often.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Linscott, I also didn't have any issues with your applications. It's very clean. And I really appreciate the preparation you've undertaken to prepare you for this role. But I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Cashel and you for, again, saving the jobs of so many people in Nevada that, these are areas that are rural, so they don't have a lot of jobs. And the way that the company stepped up to save those, I think, was made an impression. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Right. It was also with the help of this group as well, with the board members and the commission, to get that done on that time. It's quite the feat, and I know everybody's appreciative.
Thank you for mentioning they work very hard.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Linscott, pleasure to see you and full support of your application. And it's just, you're a Galena Grizzly, I think, right?
Yeah.
But we have the whole world coming in front of us today, and accents and language interpreters, but to have homegrown, is such a nice story. Certainly being part of the Shell world is most special. Certainly with Rob and his family, for so many years. The Chichester family is also very familiar to me. So what wonderful mentoring you've had to be in front of us today. It is just a great story, and that makes me smile. It is a great pleasure to go to Wells. Hope the earthquake was some time ago, but hopefully downtown is vibrant and putting itself back together. But it is a dear spot in Elko County that I've enjoyed going to many years in my former life. And I'm not going to let Mr. Cashel sit throughout this entire presentation. So Mr. Cashel, if you could come forward. Again, I echo, it's someone who's doing a lot of the rural things for the commissioner, just because of my familiarity. What you all have done in the past year, and it is strange that it's been a year now. I mean, it doesn't quite seem that long, but just good on you for what you've done and for these local communities and sustaining the epicenters largely of many of these towns. And now you'll get to be the ambassador, if you will, but I'm sure Mr. Cashel will be doing it as well. You mentioned to the Gaming Control Board that you were having lunch in Chicago this subsequent to your meeting. So how did the meetings go with in Chicago with the various parties and BP and others?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Robert Cashel Jr. for the record. Our relationship with BP has been a real positive since the inception. They've been most accommodating and easy to work with, and understand their role in maintaining and keeping up the facilities. And so I've made a real effort to make sure that, when customers are coming to the property and employees and team members are on site, that it feels like one operation. And so our relationship with BP has been really strong, and our communication has been strong. And so, it's, as you state, Commissioner Krolicki, the last year has gone by quickly, but it's been successful. And the team members, many of whom have worked for us previously for many years, it's been a really seamless process. And while I can't invite you to Vienna, I can obviously always have an open invitation to yourself and Judge Assad to visit us in Wells or Mill City or any of the other locations that we're located anytime you like.
Very good. Mill City was a frequent stop on the way from here to there. So always good.
Yeah.
But Mr. Kishal, again, you cannot be shouted out enough in your family and your company for what it's done. It's just a wonderful story. It's business and you've made it work, but there's a public service element to it that I know is making your dad smile up in the clouds. But life is good. And staff, we had this issue with, the shelf expiring earlier today, but this is another wonderful demonstration. Gaming Control Board staff going, out of their way to make sure that this effort was a success, in partnership with all of you. And Godspeed, good luck, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody else have any questions or comments? No. Well, I echo the comments of my colleagues. You're a very clean background, and I'm happy to support your application. So at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to do the motion. So I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and the opportunity to meet you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item, restricted number 8?
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Gary Baldwin for licensure as a key employee at Atrium Gaming LLC, doing business as Diamonds Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. Dan Risser with the law firm Fenimore Craig. And it's my pleasure to introduce to the commission Gary G. Baldwin, who's with me at the podium. Mr. Baldwin is before you on his application for key employee licensing as the casino general manager for Diamonds Casino. The application was proactively filed on October 30th pursuant to a key employee condition license on Atrium Gaming LLC. Our sincere thanks to Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Moyle, and Agent Stewart in bringing the application to you efficiently. The board gave a unanimous recommendation for your approval. We are glad to rely and rest on that record and answer any questions, or if you wish, Chair, we can provide a highlight of our affirmative presentation.
Well, we just like the opportunity to meet you, and thank you for being here today in person. It's always an honor and to get to speak to the applicants themselves in person. So we appreciate that. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm wonderful, and it's a pleasure, and I'm excited and humbled to be before you today. As they say, this is not my first rodeo. Some 40 years ago, believe it or not, I received my first gaming license. One thing that has stood out in my life is how proud I've been of that association with Gaming Control Board and the Commission. It was a stepping stone to my career. I will always be very grateful for the board and the commission. It truly is an agency that I love and think the world of. And on occasions, I defended it from time to time. So thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I am the casino general manager of the Diamonds Casino in Reno. I'm very happy to be there. This is my first longer term to be in Reno, and I have to say I do appreciate the cooler weather though immensely. So thank you very much for having me.
Well, I know someone will ask you, so and I'm interested to know how's business.
Actually very good. We're in a kind of a neighborhood, somewhat of a questionable neighborhood. And the exciting thing about that is we employ 80 employees, and we employ the people that live in that neighborhood. And I have a wonderful crew. I spend a lot of time teaching and training. We have a lot of campaigns saying, we're happier here with big buttons. So it works two ways. I run around the casino telling my employees that I'm happier here. And truly I am, because we do get those phone calls. And then it conveys that feeling to my helpers, my workers, and then they in turn say to the customer, we're happier here. So some really inventive kind of things that we do. But once again, I have been successful in building some great management teams in the casino business, and we're going to do the same at Diamonds Casino.
Great.
If I might amplify on the questionable neighborhood comment, just so that for commissioners who are not acquainted with the locale, it is in a area, Mata and Diamonds is in an area that is has been for about a decade in significant transition. It is an industrial, it's on the borders on the industrial area and on the East 4th Street corridor, which is one of Reno Police Department's challenge areas. We're not talking about any of the residential neighborhoods. We're talking about an industrial neighborhood.
Thank you. So we appreciate you being here, as I said earlier, and I'm going to open up to my colleagues for any questions or comments they may have. Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, and thank you for being here. It's so wonderful to see you, and your background is so amazing. I grew up running around at the Landmark Casino.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. My parents
stories?
used to take us there and run around, and
We had a
even
great pool, didn't we? It was a wonderful
amazing. Yeah, and we did. We'd visit all the pools, the DI, spend the day at the pools.
Oh my God.
So when I see that, it just makes me feel so good to look over what you've done.
Thank you.
And more importantly, you living in Boulder City, because I'm from Boulder City.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was just there
We'll have to
for,
get together for a cup of coffee. We can
right?
Tell some
At the
stories.
coffee cup. of
Yes.
course.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I saw my 4th grade teacher, believe it or not, in the parade on 4th of July.
Marvelous.
And yeah, he was actually in the parade, and I was with all my classmates from Boulder City High School. So I was wondering how that worked, because your residence is Boulder City, and you have now a place up there. Are you still going to live in Boulder City, or
I
go
think I'm
back?
going to kind of, I love Boulder City, by the way, but I love Reno too. So I'm kind of commuting back and forth, but majority of my time, I would have to say like 95% of my time is in Reno, taking care of business at the Diamonds Casino. But
You'll keep your place in Boulder City,
yes,
of course.
of course I will.
Yeah. My father opened Boulder City Hospital in 1970 as
Oh
a
my
surgeon.
gosh.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Baldwin, I was so enjoyed listening to your presentation to the Gaming Control Board. And besides being a gaming professional for 40 plus years, you're also a dog whisperer?
So to speak. I have to kind of apologize. I apologize. I got very emotional during that board meeting.
No.
When you think I was driving to the board meeting, and during that travel time, I was kind of rehearsing, going through what had happened in my life, and once again, a lot of exciting things. But 11 years ago, getting back on the subject, 11 years ago, I started a Vegas Shepherd Rescue. I love dogs. I love a rescue. If I can rescue a dog a day, it's like the best day of the week or the month, because it's just very heartwarming. I feel very emotional about that.
And we could tell, and it was so fascinating. And thank you.
Thank you
for thinking like that. It's remarkable. You also mentioned, and I wouldn't mind a bit more color myself, but you missed the color of the mob days. Did I?
Well, let me just put it to you this way. I met some very interesting characters.
I'm sure.
And people say, well, you should write a book. I said, well, the timing isn't right yet. We have to wait a while yet, a long time, type situation.
You mean they're still alive, some of these guys?
Some of them are, yeah.
Oh.
So that's why I'm not going to write the book right away.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Chair and the congratulations for all of your service to our industry. And I have no hesitation in supporting this application today. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Baldwin, thank you for being here. I also have no concerns about your application. You have a tremendous history, a rich history in Nevada gaming, and I think your employees can learn a lot from you. And I appreciated your comments about saving dogs. They're near and dear to my heart. And then also giving people second chances.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we do that a lot at Diamonds because of the environment we have. But we're very proud of that. And it's heartwarming when you go on the casino floor, somebody has kind of turned their life around, so to speak. And they come up and thank me profusely for that opportunity. And trust me, we're happy to give it to them. We really are.
Well, I'm sure they'll be some of your most loyal employees and we'll learn a lot from you. So thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With great enthusiasm, I support this. This is fun. This feels good. The decades of experience you bring is extraordinary, and the Gaming Commission might be familiar to you. And when you had as a gaming control board, you were an investigator.
Yes, I was.
You're a new face for me, and it's a privilege to meet you. And Mr. Reeser doesn't have to work very hard today to advocate on your behalf. Commissioner Silver, my question was going to be the Boulder City and the dual residents, and it's hard. I mean, it's such a vast difference in places, but it made me remember the decades of doing the 4th of July Boulder City Jamboree and all the water guns and things.
Absolutely.
It's a special community.
We're a hometown America, that's for sure, particularly during 4th of July, the parades. The parades are so corny, they're just enjoyable. And you see the kids out there and you're throwing candy and they're doing the water balloons, but it's heartwarming.
No, it's great joy, but without gaming. That was
yes.
important to note as well. But I'm delighted to support.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that humbly. Thank you.
All right. At this time, do we have a motion?
I guess I'll make the motion since it's my hometown, right? Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move for the approval of the non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, at this time, I've been asked to take a comfort break, so we're going to take a 5 to 7 minute Okay, we are back on the record from the break. And at this time, I would ask Madam Secretary to please read in our next agenda item, non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Crystal Chase for licensure as a key employee at Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming, doing business at Irene's Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here with the applicant, Ms. Crystal Chase. We did provide some information about Crystal Chase at the board meeting. We could do that again if you would like. Essentially, this is an application for key employee, for her to be key employee of Irene's Casino in Pahrump. We appreciate the recommendation of the 3-year limited license from the board, and we would request your approval of the same. And if you would like, we can have Ms. Chase provide some information for herself or go straight to questions.
Welcome to the last 2 minutes of the morning, and thank you for being here. We appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to, first of all, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments that my colleagues have. At this point, start with Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I just wanted to commend you too on your application. I watched the board meeting and I saw the questions and how you responded. And so I'm happy to support it. And I see that you also, my only comment was, you've got experience in Boulder City too, having worked at the Hacienda. So anyway, I just wanted to comment and say I'm fully in support of it especially after seeing how you answered all the questions. And I'm wishing you best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have anything?
Thank you for being here. I too listened intently to the Gaming Control Board presentation. Have no hesitation in supporting your application today.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Chase. I also don't have any concerns about your application. I think the 3-year limitation is appropriate in this case, but I think you're going to get it out of the ballpark. And I also wanted to just commend you on your efforts to go back to school. I think, that's something that you do for yourself, and at any age, it's a great thing to do, and education is never wasted. So I hope at some point you can get through the finish line. So,
I appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Chase, pleasure to see you. Mr. Donato, good morning, good afternoon now. Not to reiterate, but it's important. Your story is a saga. The 5 kids, 10 grandchildren, I believe you said. I can imagine the temptations on, the credit cards and all of that. I thought it was incredibly fair and important and beneficial to all with that 3-year requirement. Hopefully your new responsibilities will pay a little bit more, and that'll help you dig out of that hole. But no, it's a compelling story. The constantly revisiting educational opportunities, it's a big deal, and it needs to be commended, and certainly in a public setting like this, and just good on you. So I'm fully supportive. I think you'll do a great job.
I also support and intend to vote for the recommendation of the board, and appreciate you being here. Open meeting laws and all, you never know how many questions will be asked, what the questions will be. Everybody's different, right? So I know it feels like you've spent a lot of time answering questions, but I appreciate your candor and your going through this process, and I'm going to, at this time, call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay. At this time, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 10?
Unrestricted number 10 are the applications of Empire Gaming LLC for a transfer of interest. You also have the application of Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Buster's Slots and Bar for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of MSL LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Buster's Slots and Bar. You also have the applications of Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Rainbow Market Number 2 and Empire Gaming LLC doing business at Rainbow Market Number 4 for a restricted gaming license. Finally, you have the applications of Nathan Miller for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
And Madam Chair, I would be that disclosure. I need to disclose Mr. Chair has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. I therefore intend to fully participate in the consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants. With me today is Mr. Nathan Miller, and I want to thank you for waiving the appearances of Leonard and Carolyn Loper. Also want to thank Special Agent Justin Schweitzer and Agent Heather Partee for their courtesy and professionalism in processing these applications. At the board meeting, Madam Chair, I made an affirmative presentation and Mr. Miller introduced himself. We'd be happy to do that here today as well, or we'd be happy just to answer any questions as you direct.
Just an abbreviated introduction would be nice. Hello.
All right. Hello. Thank you, Chairman, Madam Secretary. My name is Nathan Miller for the record. I am currently the general manager for Rainbow Markets. I'm in charge of all operations on sites as they pertain to the northern Nevada. Under that umbrella, I am in charge of the Empire Gaming and the restricted sites for our gaming in northern Nevada, and I do have some duties in the south as well. What that means is that I'm in charge of drops, maintenance, setting pars, optioning, sourcing machines, and coming up with our split for basically our overall strategy. And I do that in accordance with Leonard Loper, who's hard to say. Red Loper, I had to read his name. He doesn't go by Leonard. But yeah, so that is my professional duties as are today. I'm looking to seek approval also to open a bar called Buster's Slots and Bar that will participate in revenue with Empire Gaming. It's a 15-site restricted site, and yeah, I think that's all I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. At this time, I am going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments they may have. I'm going to start with this side. Commissioner Solis-Rainey, you have anything?
I don't. I was satisfied with the presentation that was made to the board. I understand the issues with the name thing and was satisfied with the explanation and the resolution. I didn't have any questions with respect to your background, Mr. Miller, but I do always appreciate seeing a new generation, get involved with family businesses. So they're passing the torch, and I know you're going to do a great job with it. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Miller, great to see you. I also agree that I think you're just going to knock it out of the park and do a great job as the family continues to be in the business. Two quick questions. One is, do you still believe, I think you said Buster's was going to be opening in early August. That's not very far away. Is that still on track?
Yes, early to mid-August. Yes, sir.
Early to mid. All right. That's still not very far away.
I believe that to clarify, the Sparks City Council has to approve the licenses. And I think they meet their next meeting is not till the 12th of August. So
gotcha.
It'll be thereafter.
Government is your excuse. I accept. The other one, speaking of government, may be more of an IRS issue, but I was just curious. In this transfer, it's being structured, I believe, as a gift, and the valuation, if the value of what's being received by you, it just really puts a low valuation on the whole enterprise, just over $100,000. And that just seemed strange to me, but can you address, was there a valuation done on the company of 409A or something like that? Or how was that determined, the size of the gift?
Yeah, Empire Gaming, again, it's mostly a family-run company. It doesn't serve a lot of in fact, I don't think it serves any third-party customers. So it's Rainbow Markets and other family-related businesses. So it's not a very big operation. I believe the valuation was based on the book value of the company and what 16% of that would be.
Okay, so the book value makes sense. It just seemed like the 16% interest was low. And I just, not my business, but just, caution the value for IRS purposes. But I'm fully supportive and delighted to vote affirmatively on the application today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Again, thank you for being here today. At this time, appears there's no further questions or comments, and I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of non-restricted item number 10 with conditions as written to the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our restricted items held out for discussion. If you could please read in restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Vegas Store LLC doing business as Corner Market for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Cecilio Shaba and Aram Mecca for licensure as a member, manager, and key employee or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, David Brown, on behalf of the applicant, Vegas Store LLC, doing business as Corner Market, as well as Mr. Shaba to my immediate right and Mr. Mika further to the right. We come before you happy to announce that the board gave unanimous approval and we're in agreement with all those conditions. In the interim, since the last hearing in front of the board, both of these gentlemen have finished the gaming compliance class. They're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I think we have some questions. Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some questions because I did have some concerns when I look over this application. And I'm just talking out loud as far as like wondering whether there should be a 2-year maybe limitation. And I'll pose the first question to Mr. Shaba. I see this very long list of corporations with the towing companies and that you were involved with Antonio's for since 2016 even to the present. And I realize that a lot of the violations that are contained in here, including the very big case in California, involved your brother. But I have concerns, maybe you can talk about this. Both myself and Judge Chair Tagliati had presided over a certain court in which it was specialized as to cases involving towing companies' violations. I mean, that's how specialized it is. And it's that serious that the courts, even in Nevada, have specialized assignments for towing companies who violate the regulations of the agencies. And so looking at what happened, and I realize it's with your brother, but your brother comes back now, you're working with your brother at that company. You took over right after he gets a complaint against him from the state of California. You immediately take over. And while watching the board, I saw that your brother then comes back to work with you in these companies about a year later and still works with you now. So it causes me some concern because how can we feel confident here in Nevada that this is heavily regulated as well, gaming. How can we be sure there won't be problems in the future if there were such problems with, your close-knit family? Clearly that work's still in that. So maybe you can talk to that because I do have concerns with that.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. When I went to work for my brother at that time, he had put all the company together. After certain amount of time of the years, he decided not to. So he put it on the market for sale. So I asked him, I said, listen, I can take over. Would you like me to take over? Would you give me the opportunity to take over the company? because I used to manage another tow company in the past, and I want to do a better future for my kids and my wife. So he said, that's not a problem. You got it. I said, what's the reason? Can you tell me what is the reason for you leaving the company? I just like to know. He goes, this is too stressed out. It's too much stress about the business, too much work, employees, hard to find the right employee. I said, okay, I'll take it. Would you give me the opportunity? So I believe was it 2019 or 2020 I purchased, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure on the exactly date. I purchased the company. He gave me the opportunity. He left since that back then. When he left, after about a year, year and a half, I'm not sure the dates exactly, to be honest with you, he wanted to decide to come back work. And I said, what makes you come back to work? Why would you want to? He said, I just want to have a decent paycheck and to help me out. And I don't like to take a stress. But the lawsuits, what happened back then wasn't in my time, wasn't his time. Since that day, we are right now, today, as we speak, we are contract with the California Highway Patrol, and they do check the background. And we are contract also with the City of San Diego Police Department, and they do also do the background. So they will not approve you for any contract, for any allegation if there's anything, any fishy thing going on to the company. So the company, since I took over, everything has been going smooth. I just gave him the opportunity. He's a brother, and I like to help the family. But that's all I have to say.
No,
If
that's
that
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
no
appreciate
problem.
that.
You got it.
And the only thing I would add just in color to that is the lawsuits. He's got a number of contracts as well as with law enforcement with some apartment complexes. And sometimes they'll tow a vehicle, the apartment complex will do it, and they'll just get taken to small claims court. And, they almost always win, of course, on those cases. There was one time they had an issue and he made full disclosure. He made restitution to the other party, but that's it. He's had no violations of any kind.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brown. It wasn't the small claims cases that was concerning. It was clearly the case filed against the company for all kinds of regulatory violations, which resulted in almost a $50,000 fines and restitution. So that was very concerning to me, especially because we're talking about regulations here as well. I did have a question too for Mr. Mika as well. I don't know if it's okay if I go right into that. I wanted to know, when looking at your background, I saw that you were a truck driver and then ultimately you had disability issues. You had a very bad accident. And I was wondering what background that you would consider helpful in that, this business that you guys are going to be operating just opened in March. What, besides your truck driving and, you were clearly unemployed for a while, what do you bring as far as skills that you can manage and operate not only a business with a liquor license, but also even more important to us, to oversee gaming operations like the slot machines that are in the stores? How can we be confident that you're the right person to oversee it?
Absolutely. Yes, to be honest, I was doing like over 9 years truck driver here in US, and then I have a friend in San Diego. He owned a big liquor store, and then one time he was like, "Aaron, why you don't? I like your customer service. I like how you talk to people. I think you're fit in the store." I said, "Hey, I'd never worked in a liquor store." He said, "Just try." I tried 1 year and I did really good numbers to him. And he said, "This is really good time for you to own your store because I had a really great experience in that that liquor store." And I become loving it, like it, I have fun with it. Yeah. And on March, we opened that liquor store. I know Mr. Shaba a long time ago. We trust each other to point that we can do business together. Since March 27th till now, the store look beautiful, is working. I have a lot of customers coming in every day, and It's feel great to be here. I don't.
Has the city of Las Vegas come in and done regular inspections now with the liquor license?
Yes, ma'am. Everything's perfect and everything's going smooth till now. Thanks God, you know.
And from the board meeting, I noticed that Mr. Shaba is more of a quiet type of investor. He's not really hands-on there. It's really you that's carrying the day-to-day function of the business, right?
Exactly. Yes, I'm full charge on this store. This is my only opportunity right now. This is my chance to go forward, and I always will try my best to go forward.
Thank you very much for answering the questions. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
And I would just add too, they do have a slot route operator, and Mr. Mika does have other relatives that do have privileged gaming licenses, and he has them as resources as well.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Good to see you. You both present well, of course, and you have completed now, both of you, the restricted gaming seminar, which I'm sure was a whole new world. How did you find the seminar and what you learned through it?
Thank you for the question, sir. I asked that person was talking over the TV was like 5, 6 people, and I was writing notices as much as I can. So I learned some, not 100%, to be honest with you. I learned you have to have, in the store minimum $5,000. I learned you have to have $10,000 in your bank account. There's a lot of tips. If any issue, you're gonna have to have a certified operator to ask, or for my lawyer to ask for any question that I don't know. And I even asked him the question. I said, I would like to learn more about this. If there's any book I can study it, because with 1 hour, I cannot complete everything, with a class, hour and a half. He say, absolutely, you can call the gaming commission. Maybe they'll give you some tips, or they might email you some information. And that was it. Yeah, I did my best I can,
That is apparent. And the two of you have known each other for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
And obviously you trust each other.
We do. My dad knows his dad. We are from a small village in North Iraq, Christian village. So we all know each other. Everybody knows. The village is about 1,500 homes. The people lives there, they all know each other.
So if you want to discipline him, you call your dad to speak to his dad, and then he calls you. Is that like? Okay.
My dad passed away 4 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. He lived a good life. 94 years. He came
bravo.
here. It was a good opportunity. We skipped from Iraq, from the regime,
Oh, yeah.
And we worked so hard here to build ourselves and to do better for our family. But if you ask my dad, who's this guy's grandchildren, he will know. Because like I told you, we in a small town, everybody knows each other.
I appreciate your thirst for knowledge, new knowledge about the industry you're entering into. Keep that up.
We try our best.
Be sponges, and thank you for your candor and being forthright with us. I know we can be somewhat intimidating as an entity, but nonetheless, I will be happy to support after your descriptions of how your brother relationship works that Commissioner Silva had clarified. So thank you for your honesty with that.
Not a problem, sir.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what's in our materials versus what was said at the board versus what I'm hearing today, I'm a little confused. So in our materials, which you don't have, obviously, but they're the results of our investigation, staff and our agents' work. So, and if you've already made this record before the board, I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to get it all here so I understand it. So you were working in the office doing administrative duties at the time that the problems were happening, but you weren't in operations.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so so we're talking, how many hours a week are we talking about?
I was doing about I'll say about 35 to 40 hours at that
Any-
time.
Any other jobs? That was your only job?
That was the only job
Okay.
at that time.
How many employees did he have in the business?
Not exactly, but he did have over 5, 6 employees.
Okay. How many of them were full-time? And does that include you?
At that time, he was, you mean at that time he was an owner?
Mhm.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay. So were you in the office by yourself or?
No, I wasn't in the office. I was a driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were a driver for how long?
I was a driver for like at least I'll say about 2 to 3 years. Don't get me wrong. I used to come to the office, but most of the times my main job is being a driver.
Okay. So I'm gonna read you what? I'm gonna read you a sentence.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. And then you tell me, is this right or is this wrong?
Tell me, please.
Okay. Shaba further claims as an employee responsible for administrative duties in the office, he was not involved in the operations of the company at the time of the complaint.
I was not.
Okay. So how do you define operations?
What do you mean?
Well, admin is you in the office putting papers in a file, and operations is towing vehicles. And I'm
Yes.
hearing you did do operations. That's what I'm hearing.
What
And so I guess my question is,
Yeah.
how many of the 5 employees was one of them you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them your brother, or you're not counting him?
I'm not counting him. No.
Okay. Was there anybody else working in the office for admin?
Yes, he did have few people working in the office. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
And then,
he had a night dispatcher and he had a day dispatcher, like the person that answers the phone, and about 2 to 3 more drivers.
2 to 3 more drivers.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were 1/3 to 1/4 of all the drivers in the company,
You can say that. Yes.
but you were not involved in the operations and couldn't possibly have known this was going
No,
on.
because I wasn't the owner,
Mm.
and he never said anything about, for me to be involved in the operation. This is what happened when he wanted to sell the company, I offered him. He did not offer me. He wanted to.
Yeah, I got that part.
Yeah.
I'm kind of focused on something else.
Go ahead.
Which is number one, the reasons that he sold the company. You're kind of making it sound like you had no idea all this was going on. I mean, you're not kind of making it sound like that. You are making it sound like that to the investigators, to the board, to us.
No,
And
no.
I'm hearing, let me finish my
I
sentence.
apologize.
Thank
Go
you. I'm hearing that you were towing probably anywhere from 25% or more of the cars being towed by this company on any given week.
Okay.
Fair?
Fair.
Okay. So that's not being involved in operations. That's number one. That's all operations, right? You're towing cars, you're operating the business, as opposed to admin, where you're doing paychecks and tax returns and bank reconciliations and accounting. See what I'm saying?
Okay. Can I apply to your question?
Sure.
When I got to the company, the lawsuit was already exist at that time. I had, like I told you, I had nothing to do with it. He took care of the lawsuit on himself.
But at the beginning of this, you said something to Commissioner Silver, like, why are you selling the business? Almost like that didn't have anything to do with it. Is that what you're saying? The lawsuit didn't have anything to do with
I
it?
ask him because, I said, why are you selling the business? And he told me, because I don't want to deal with the stress. I said, then you're going to have to take care of your lawsuit because I have nothing to do with it. And like I told you, like I spoke to the commissioner, they will not give you any contract, California Highway Patrol or City of San Diego.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Police department, if you're not a.
If I was going to rely on any other police department or anybody else
Yes, ma'am.
for my conscience and my vote, then I wouldn't be here. Right. So I have my own
I got it,
compass,
I got it.
if you will. So you gotta, I get it. And I would cite to it too, but it's not going to be a complete shield and sword for you today, for me. So instead, we're going to focus on you and this business.
I got you.
Because I'm looking at an investigation that suggests that you told our investigators you were not involved in operations, you were involved in administration. And that's why you don't know anything about this.
Yes.
Now I'm hearing, and you weren't there at the time that these things allegedly occurred, meaning not the lawsuit, but the acts underlying the lawsuit. Is that true?
Yes, but that what I'm trying to tell you is the lawsuit, when before I got there was existing.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is part of the explanation that we got isn't wholly accurate. And that must have come from you, which is that you were just an admin. I mean, that's what you told them. It's what's in the report. You're not
Okay.
denying you told them that, are you?
I mean,
Part of it is I just need to know that you understand the words and the language we're using and not kind of loosey-goosey with it. Operations is towing vehicles and doing the on the street job of a towing company.
Yes, ma'am.
And admin is in the office doing paperwork. I mean, getting paper cuts and taking calls, maybe even dispatch. That might even be admin, although arguably operations. And I guess I'm just trying to understand, was that inaccurate? It appears to me that that was inaccurate. You were involved in operations. I'm not saying as part of this lawsuit, I'm saying you were involved in operations, and what we have in here, they may have misunderstood, or you didn't say it, or you did say it and you didn't understand the difference between operations and admin.
you're absolutely right. Like I said, this is a long time ago, and I don't remember every single thing. When they ask me the questions, I put whatever I have in my best knowledge. But like I said, when I got there, this issue was existing, and then I was just a driver. I had no intention to buy the business. When he offered the business for sale, I went and tell him, you know what? What's the reason? Would you mind if I buy it? I purchase it from you. What's the reason you're selling it?
Do you remember the latest small claims that was part of this?
Yeah,
What was the latest one?
The latest one yesterday.
No, not you.
I
The business when your brother owned the business and you were towing cars, and sometimes in the office. Do you remember when the last small claims was?
No, ma'am. No.
Do we have that in our report? I'm trying to remember. I think we have.
It
Do you
says
know?
the final case was August 10th. That's currently pending. It says on page 4. There's another case that's pending right now.
So I guess, are there small claims cases? I understand how, believe me, when Judge Silver tells you that we have experience in this regard, we understand that people can complain and it doesn't mean anything was done wrong. Believe me, I know that. I'm just asking,
Yes,
in the small claims cases, the last case you said we have on a list here. If it was filed August 10th, 2023, what would do you have an understanding of when the act is that person is complaining of, the towing, the alleged wrongful tow, which I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, because I understand, that those cases have to be proved. I'm simply saying, when was that?
When was what, ma'am?
When was the tow that is the subject of the August 10th, 2023 final small claims case?
I have to look at it when I go to my office. I don't know.
Could you ballpark it? Was it when you owned it or when your brother owned it?
2023?
Yeah, it would have been when you owned it, right?
I believe when I owned it, yes.
Okay. And so the 10 cases of which it looks like 6 were dismissed and 4 resulted in judgments, or 10 cases with some dismissed, 4 judgments and 1 pending. How many of those are after you bought the business and how many were before?
After I bought the business, so far I face, I will say about good, ballpark about 6 to 8. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, but the small claims is not, see, we do parking management. Like, you manage a property, you call us for a space removal or fire lane. Some people feels like their car was towed illegally.
Sure.
I cannot stop that when they take me to small claim, which is,
Sure.
you understand that.
Sure.
Also. So what we do is, before we touch the vehicle, we take pictures 360. We get a signature from the agent, as a security company or the parking management or the agent or the law enforcement. When we provide with a lawsuit, I put all those on file. We just show to the court and show them, this is what we did. This is 90% of the cases, 95% of the cases, I dismissed them. It's the only one case I did not dismiss. I believe we settled for like $1,000, was a little damage, I believe. And that was it, just
Okay.
very much.
So I don't think, what I'm trying to get at
Yes,
is that there's this kind of inference that's been permeating this, that you weren't really involved in operations at the time that all these problems were happening.
Yes, ma'am.
And I get that you, that this happened before you came along. I'm just trying to get the timing of the 16 small claims versus 10 small claims. And how many of those were under your brother's time of ownership versus yours. That's all. Just a ballpark.
Since I took the company after 2019 till today, I will say I faced about 6 to 8 at the most. No more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
No
I
problem.
appreciate it.
You got it.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here.
No problem. Thank you.
When did you join your brother's company?
2000, I believe 2016.
That's what it indicates on,
Yes, ma'am.
on our information. And when you're talking about the case that was already in place when you joined the company, are you talking about the case that the state of California brought? Are you talking about the big case?
Yeah, the big case. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that wasn't filed until 2016, 2018. So
No, late the beginning of 2019.
it was filed April 20th of 2018. You said it had been filed before you joined the company.
When I got to the company, first of all, when I got to the company, I didn't even know about this case.
Well, it wasn't filed yet. It happened while you were there.
Cannot be.
The file date that we were provided was 2 years after you got there. It was filed in April of 2018, and you started with your brother in 2016.
You mean like it got filed after I
Got
worked
filed
there?
with the court.
With the court after I worked there?
Yes.
Yes, yes. If that's your question, yes. Yes.
Okay, but you indicated just now when you were answering Chair Tagliati's questions that that case was already filed when you started.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. When I got to the company, I didn't know about the lawsuit. The lawsuit, after I started working in the company, the California board, they filed the small claim. They filed the claim. But like I told you, I was not involved in it. He had it like an old case, like the case was exist, but I didn't know about it.
I guess that's where I'm taking issue. And Mr. Brown, I don't know if you can help clarify. I don't know how you could, I understand that you didn't know it existed because it did not exist until after you got there.
Can I ask a question just to clarify? I don't know the answer, so I don't want to speak.
May I interject? Because I mean, I looked at this quite hard, and it looks like he was working there in 2016. He had Antonio since 2016. The complaint is filed. He's still working there. His brother owned it, and it's very soon after that he then purchased it from his brother. And by the way, the brother still works there. And I don't know what it may help, quite frankly, to get the agency that investigated I'm concerned about the underlying California complaint, where the people of the state of California file a complaint. His brother pled to those violations to a tune of $50,000. And it says here that whether he's admin or towing cars, it says that here the allegations were 4 years of the complaint, which would have gone back then to that time he worked there, were improperly removed vehicles, did not complete or retain appropriate paperwork, which would be within the office, and overcharged storage fees, which would be in the office. So if you're improperly towing vehicles, now you're working in the tow driving part. If you're overcharging fees, to which, you have to give restitution to people, there are multiple complainants here, then that's administrative. He said one thing to the agency investigating it, as Judge Tagliati pointed out, which is he's only in the administrative aspect. He's telling us here today that he was in the tow driver role. And it would help me personally, because this is it's so concise and it's in a summary form, to actually have more of a flow chart of his involvement of working there with the complaint on file and then the agency's investigation and what it showed. Because if we saw an actual report, it may actually document who is doing what within the report, which we don't even have here. And it may be that it's all his brother and it's not him, but it's really hard to tell from reading this what is going on here. And what's been talked about today. It's just hard for me to feel confident. And that's what I've been bringing up with my concerns.
And I understand that if you'd like, we try. He wasn't a party to that. I don't know if he's able to. With regards to his brother, he really just has his brother there to help his brother's children. If it made the commission feel more comfortable, he would let his brother go immediately. He has no need, but I'm not familiar with
it would make me feel, and you're a criminal defense attorney too, to see the actual agency's investigation, because I don't know if he's named in there anywhere. It may not just be his brother. I would feel more comfortable if he wasn't named in there and that it's all his brother. But it's hard to imagine that all of these things these are multiple violations to a tune of $50,000 where it's filed in Superior Court. And multiple types of violations and multiple victims in that case. And what he's presented here is concerning to me without us reading something that would really exculpate him from that situation. And maybe he's done nothing in there and it's 100% his brother, but I can't really tell is what I'm telling you. I can't tell from what we've got here without a deeper dive for me personally.
Okay, Commissioner Solis Rainey, back to you.
I don't disagree with Commissioner Silver. In some of the explanations, I feel like they might be due to language barrier, because even what he was telling Judge Tagliati compared to what our documents say are slightly different. So I don't know how to get past that, because I mean, the information we have was pretty detailed. It's repeatedly says that he told the agents that he was only, not that it doesn't say he told them, but it repeatedly references the fact that he was not involved in operation. He was only an employee performing administrative duties in the office. I mean, that's pretty specific, and that's not what a driver does. So I don't know if that was a miscommunication or if we just got it completely wrong. I'm not comfortable, but at the same time, I realize that, he obviously has been investigated and that helps a little bit, but again, we make our own judgment based on the information that we have. So I'm hesitant to penalize or, like in any way, I'm hesitant not to support his application based on information that could be wrong. But at this point, I'm not comfortable supporting his application.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was certainly an item that got my attention, and I remember being startled on several occasions during the Gaming Control Board meeting when, we thought your brother had nothing to do with this. And again, it's part of our record. And then the misunderstanding was that he's not an equity partner. He's just an employee. But there's just been lots of little surprises here. And the legal backgrounds of my colleagues are profound, and I'm not an attorney, but I think I would like to know more. I love my brother desperately, would do lots of things to help him or pay for kids' education. I mean, I get all that. The kindness is wonderful, but it's also hard. It's a leap of faith for me to understand that there is no information or knowledge of certain activities. So I want this to be the American dream story. The guys came from a small village in Iraq and made a wonderful story. You've recovered, 5 years of recovery from just an incredible crash, as I understand that, when you're trying to pursue the American dream. So I want to default on that. Madam Chair's comments, the CHP and the city of that gave me some comfort that somebody's looked at this, but we do have different standards. We're about character and the privilege of holding a license, even a restricted one. Your comments, and again, I don't want your candor to impair your position, but what you learned from the seminar, but didn't learn all of it, and I would offer the gaming control board, don't be shy, but there's just holes in the story and timeline that just are a little hard for me to be comfortable with. So I don't know what the logistics would be, but after hearing, my colleagues here, there's clearly a desire for more information and clarity. And I would support that, within reason. And hopefully this would just be a delay for you, not a denial, but that would give me comfort. We need to do our jobs perfectly. To get a license is a big deal. And they're just parts of the story that just don't make sense. And as you've heard, it could well make sense, but that's just not the record that we're looking at versus the comments being made today.
If I might, Chief, what, I think the whoever makes a motion has a couple options, right? They could move to remand this, or I don't know, is that a motion?
You can make a motion. Or you could decide as chair just to send it to.
Yeah.
revert back to the board if you
What-
want Specific instructions.
Well, what I'd like to know is what is the potential ability, if you have any idea to, I mean, this was clearly like an action by the civil division of the AG. It wasn't a criminal action, but there has to be some materials beyond what we have here that would maybe be able to be located to help us out, to try to find out some of these details that are
Yes,
nagging.
Chief Hoffman here. We can dig further. This is a restricted case and a restricted investigation, so our resources are more limited than a non-restricted. Non-restricted, we'd send somebody
Sure.
to California and go dig really thoroughly. But there's no reason why we can't try and get more material. And maybe the agent even has some of this stuff, and we can double check it and do some more digging.
Well, respectively, I mean, some of that burden, I think can't we transfer it back to the applicant so they can provide? like,
I'd
the
be happy to. I
dockets?
just talked to my client. His brother did have an attorney, so I'd reach out for his brother's attorney immediately and see if I could get a complete copy of the file to provide to Agent Lombardo, who we worked with, or anybody else you felt was appropriate.
That would be
Well, how are you gonna, wait 1 second. How are you gonna know it's a complete copy of the
Yeah.
file unless you do it
Mm-mm.
yourself,
Mm-mm.
respectfully?
I'm
So
sorry.
I would prefer, that you be able to provide whatever you want to provide, and that the agent that's handling this or subsequently assigned to handle this undertake to at least reach out to the, there has to be an AG that was assigned to this case that might be willing to give us something.
Chance of that.
Okay, so I'm not limiting anything about what you do, but I'm also not going to rely on you and put you in the spot in a compromise position and a conflict. You need to undertake his interests, and he has our interests. So, but we invite anything you want to provide us, anything and everything.
And just
So-
to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that we rely only on Mr. Brown. I'm just saying that the applicant seems a little bit confused from really reading the information about the lawsuits. I read it as, since he took over in 2019, 10 of those small claim court cases had been filed, and 6 of them had been dismissed, and the other 4 led to 5 dismissed, 4 led to judgments, and 1 is still pending. What he's explaining is completely different, and my colleagues maybe understood that differently than I did. So, I mean, just to help him understand what the record is, it might be helpful, to just pull that information for him. Obviously, our investigators are still going to do what they need to do to verify that and present it, but
So perhaps I could remand this back to ask the division to get whatever information and detail they can from the case itself, the main case that we're referring to, the one with the significant civil penalties. And perhaps you would be willing to, in addition to whatever else you want to provide, I don't think I'm going to ask our investigators to go hunt down every small claims case. I'm not doing that. Not asking that. This way, I think you go to one source to the big case. But to the extent that you could provide us any elaboration, in addition to anything else you want to provide about the cases and when they fell, meaning the small claims, whatever you can put together, because I don't think your client was prepared to get into the minutia of dates and numbers and all that other stuff today. And I don't have a problem with that and I understand it, but maybe you could get that for us because I'm going to be remanding this case. And so, and then I think what happens based upon previous experience is when they're ready and it's done, they place it back on, and it's really kind of a very narrow task. So if you could get right on that, then that would help speed this along.
Chair,
Yes?
if I might, NRS 463-220 states that if the commission doesn't make a decision within 120 days, that the matter would be approved. And so just out of an abundance of caution, I ask the applicant if they'd be willing to waive the 120-day rule, just in case the matter is not put back on an agenda within that time.
Of course, we'll be willing to waive the 120 days.
Okay.
May I
Madam-
ask one more question?
Sure.
Just for clarification on the educations, it just puzzled me. The education for both Mr. Shaba and Mr. Mika, their high school years that are listed, it puts them in like their late 20s, 30s. Is it different in Iraq?
No, I think it's pretty much the same, ma'am. There's like you start from first grade from when you are 6 years old. And then the seventh grade is the high school.
Which one?
The seventh grade.
Okay.
So it starts where the high school is.
And maybe the dates that we have are not right because the dates that we were provided would put Mr. Shaba in at 30 when at the last high school year. And it would put Mr. Mika at 27 on his last high school year.
We'll fix that. No
So I just thought maybe
Thank
the
you.
dates are off or something.
I think they are.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So a lot of this is backward looking, but as we go forward, the Gaming Control Board did a great job of, about your brother. The questions were, your brother would have no ownership in the corner market. There'd be no handling of the books or accounting of the corner market and no management responsibility in the market. I'm not sure what he does. So if you could just provide some kind of clarification, what your brother's role is, unless it's just your generosity, but it's just not clear to me what your brother's actually doing and just confirming that
Sure,
he has
sure, sir,
none of
not a
those.
problem. My brother, I brought him back to work as a help to help his kids and his family. So sometimes he does the office work a little bit, releasing cars to the people that have been towed, or sometimes when we need them to be driving, so he drives. But like I said, in Mr. David Brown, if my brother affect my application or anything under any circumstances, then you know what, I can let him go. That's not an issue to me.
Yeah, and that's, I don't want to go there. I mean, and I
Yeah,
appreciate.
I
your
would
comments.
just bring this.
Many
to
of
the
us have
board, you know.
brothers. I love my brother. As I said,
Yeah.
I get it.
My goal
It's
to help
just
him out.
Perhaps just a job description.
Well-
We know what he's not supposed to be doing. What is he doing? And
Yes.
that just assists me.
To Mr. Shaba or Mr. Brown, just a point of clarification. His brother has nothing to do with the entity that we're looking at.
Absolutely
And about
not.
any, the corner
Correct. And we would
market. He
agree to
only
the
works
condition
for
that
the
he won't even step
California.
foot on the property or have any involvement
No.
whatsoever.
He
I
only
just
works
wanna-
for the tow company in California.
Wait, for the court reporter. Just because of, the lawyer should know better. Everybody's talking over each other. So could we, for her sake, give her a minute to take a pause between conversations? Go ahead. I interrupted just now.
I just wanted to, I wanted to clarify, my understanding is that Mr. Shaba's brother has nothing to do with the corner market in Nevada. He only works for the tow company in California in the job descriptions that Mr. Shaba described in the office or driving and whatever.
You are
Nothing. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Didn't have that wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
Yes. What relationship do you have with your brother professionally? What are his tasks with which company? If it's not corner market, I just want to understand how your brother plays into your business world, whether it's this matter or another matter like the towing. That's all.
Like I said, he does driving sometimes in my
Just
yeah.
part of the, when you come back, just if you.
Okay,
if-
no problem.
Thank
You got it.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions before we formalize the remand, if you will, and ask our staff to get whatever materials and information they can from the case detailed on page 4 of our investigative materials, case number 37-2018-00019635 from the state of California. Anything else?
Can they just get us the investigative agency's like report, the underlying report from which it's based?
Well, what I was asking them to do is get any and all materials that they think they can get from any attorney, investigator, consumer investigator, state investigator, or any court documents, anything you can find.
Yeah, we'll cast a wide net. Some agencies are reluctant to share their reports or give us a copy of it. Sometimes we get to look at it. So we'll just do the best we can and dig some more.
That's all we can ask. Thank you very much. Okay, so, and then you're going to, Mr. Brown, agree to kind of give us a little update or a little more detail on timing of small claims actions. I realize some of them may overlap into what we're asking to look into. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, I don't. But if you wouldn't mind doing that, we'd appreciate it, along with any other materials that you wish to give us, in addition to answering the question when you come back, or be prepared to answer the question when you come back about the brother. And then you've waived your 120 days. So, knowing our staff, as soon as they can do it, they'll do it, and you'll be back on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Sabar Enterprise, Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 27452. It is also the application of Parmbir Singh for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with the applicant, Mr. Singh. Before you today is the application for Mr. Singh to share in gaming revenue under the SRO's restricted gaming license for the location. On or about April 13th of 2023, Mr. Singh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong file, sorry. So on or about December 5th of 2023, Mr. Singh took over the operations of the store, at which time the gaming has been operating and still operating under a space lease agreement, and he's collecting space lease rent. If this application is approved today, he will start sharing gaming revenue, but the gaming license will remain in the name of the SRO. Mr. Singh did attend the restricted license seminar on July 16th, and we provided a copy of that letter to the gaming agent. With that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Okay. Thank you for being here and for your patience. We appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you or any comments, starting over here this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. It's a pleasure to meet you and see you. Anyone who's got advanced degrees in physics and mathematics, I'm impressed with. So thank you for bringing your talents to this country. I think you did that in 2019. Did you go to I think the gaming seminar was scheduled, even though it wasn't a condition. I think you were going to attend the gaming seminar. Were you able to do that on July 16?
Yes, he did attend that.
Okay.
I did.
No, I'm fine. I think you'll do a great job. You bring just incredible skill sets and intelligence to the job, and I wish you the best.
I also didn't have any questions, but I do appreciate your patience and you being here so we can actually meet you in person. Your background looked clean, and I'm happy to support the application. Thank you.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Silver?
I have no further questions. I echo my colleagues. comments.
All right, well, thank you very much again for being here. We appreciate it. And at this time, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you and congratulations. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that brings us, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Baja Gas LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 22581. It is also the application of Jasdev Bajwa for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission. Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here again, enrolled agent. With me today appearing in Carson City is the applicant, Mr. Bajwa. Before you is the application for the applicant to share in the gaming revenue. This location he took over on April 13th of 2023. From that time, that location has been operating under space lease agreement and collecting space lease rent. If the application is approved today, he would then convert to share in revenue and start receiving a percentage of gaming revenue. And this applicant did attend the restricted license seminar on July 16th, and we did provide a copy of that letter to the gaming agent. With that, we'll be here to answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. We appreciate your patience and appearing here today or up there, if you will, and being available to answer any questions we might have and just getting to, see you in person or, virtually. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any questions? I would like, every once in a while, I like to ask, what'd you think of the seminar?
It was good. It was good. I mean, it's always better in person. I like in person, but I thought it was good. I learned a lot of things I didn't know.
Okay, that's good. Great to hear. Okay, anybody have any questions or comments? Does anyone have a motion they'd like
Madam
to
Chair,
make?
just one
go
quick
ahead.
question.
Sure.
Mr. Bajwa, pleasure to see you virtually. Mr. Donato. What is the entity Edgewood LLC? I think you have ownership, but it was part of the capital raise for this endeavor. Are you still with it? And who is Edgewood? If it's not just you, you're 25% of that company.
Yes, it's a hotel we have here in Nevada. I have partnership in that.
In Ely?
Yes.
Okay, so you just have a loan from the hotel corporation, Edgewood, for this.
Yes, I'm 25% ownership.
My understanding is that it was not treated as a loan. It was a distribution that he would have received from the company, and those were then invested into this new company. Is my understanding. Have him correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. You're correct.
Okay, so there's no obligation to this money. It was a distribution. It's your money from Edgewood that has helped capitalize this endeavor, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. No other questions.
Okay, if there's no other additional questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
I move for approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today. Your license has been approved.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Jones on the last application, and Agent Partee on this application. Hard work on these two applications.
Thank you.
You have a great rest of your day.
Okay, Madam Secretary, at this time, could you please read in our next item?
Next for your consideration are two gaming employee registration appeals. The first item is Reed Mitchell, case number 23LV00688. And I received a phone call this morning from Mr. Mitchell, a voicemail letting me know that his wife had COVID and he will be unable to make the hearing today. I attempted to call him back and ask what he would like for us to do, how he would like us to proceed, since his attendance technically is not required at this hearing, but I did not hear back.
So you got a message? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yes, I got a voicemail letting me know that he wouldn't be able to attend today.
But he didn't specifically request a continuance?
No.
Or a postponement, I guess is more appropriate. And I don't know if we have time limitations for, I know I've continued these at the request of the employee before. And so I normally wouldn't, unless one of my colleagues has a preference, you know, when you want to postpone, you ask to postpone. But it's I'm gonna open it up to the group as a discussion. Does anyone have a problem going forward today? Would you want to postpone?
Madam Chair, I would like to go forward and actually would have a motion on it.
Okay. Is there, does anyone have any problems or objection to going forward and hearing what the motion is going to be?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Silver, you know, just my default, I mean, it wasn't a great way to communicate. It should have been more precise. But reading the materials, I have a strong opinion, but I also think it's important to give an individual their opportunity to present their case and be present. You know, I'm happy to move forward if that's the majority of the board, but commission, I'm just reluctant to do these things. And I wish he had done a better job communicating to Madam Secretary.
Okay, well, here's the thing. It's not the only failure in communication, because in his March 5th, 2024 request for this hearing, he indicated that the reason that there was a delay is because he didn't get the email due to a typo on his email address. But if you read the hearing, the hearing master specifically asked him, or the hearing examiner specifically asked him, is this your email address? Exactly what they emailed to, and he said yes. So it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, you know, I'm not saying we should have the hearing because of that. I'm simply saying it seems like, you know, the details are a little harder for him. But does anyone else feel as Commissioner Kurlicki does?
I would prefer to give the applicant or the appellant an opportunity to be heard if he would so like.
I would too.
Okay. Well, Madam Secretary, can you remind me, as off the top of my head, I don't recall, how many gaming employee appeals we have, registration appeals we have? I think it's 3 for next month.
I believe that's correct.
Now we have 4. So could you put it on for next month, please?
You got it.
Thank you very much. And if you could, Madam Secretary, read in our next item. Thank you.
The second gaming registration appeal item is Shan Calhoun, case number 21LV06358.
Hello. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Chairwoman, Commissioners, and Madam Secretary. My name is Shan Calhoun.
Okay, thank you. So I always start these hearings the same way. I tried to take a moment to explain to you how procedurally it works, let you know what we have in our record that's available to review, and kind of lay out the rules, if you will.
Yes, Chair Tagliati.
Basically, We are bound by the record before us, which would include all of the exhibits that the hearing examiner went through in your hearing and carefully listed out item by item in the record. That's been provided to us, as well as the transcript of the hearing, obviously, because I'm referring to it, as well as the recommendation that was made that you are, that is the subject of why you're here. And the original request, or not the original, but a copy of the request that you had for this hearing. And so we are limited to those items, and we can't take outside evidence, if you will. And so normally how this goes is you are given the opportunity to make a statement or present, without presenting new evidence, present commentary and observations and whatever in the record you want to point out, etc. Then if any of my colleagues have any questions, they would ask you. And then at the end, before there's any kind of motion, would give you an opportunity to sum up. I mean, sometimes somebody asks you a specific question and it raises something else in your mind. You'll have the opportunity at the end to sum up or tell us anything else you want us to know. And then there'll be a time where there's a motion and a discussion on the motion. That is not the part where you will participate. That's where you're done. But until then, it's a participatory event, and you will have the opportunity to tell us everything you want us to know. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No, Chairwoman.
And do you have any questions about what the record was as far as the items of exhibits, that kind of thing?
No, Chairwoman. I believe Ms. Augusta Massey did a very good job during the hearing, and I thank her for her time. That was a very long day.
Okay, so so when you're ready.
I apologize. So my appeal is just understand. So I'm just going to read you what I wrote as my appeal a couple months ago. Is I'm writing to request a review of the Nevada Gaming Control Board's decision dated April 17, 2024, concerning my employment eligibility in the gaming capacity within Nevada. I wish to bring to your attention that the arrest from 2020, which significantly influenced the board's decision, has been expunged, or as my lawyer told me to say it, a not guilty plea has been entered by the court and the case has been ordered dismissed and conviction set aside. Recognizing my efforts towards rehabilitation and non-reoccurrence in similar incidences, since the time of my accusation 7 years ago, I've maintained a clean legal record aside from this incident, which has now been dismissed, with not even minor traffic violations, underscoring my commitment to lawful conduct and societal norms. While I acknowledge my mistakes in the past, including my failure to properly disclose my previous arrest on my GER application due to me being quite frankly, an idiot. There was a long line of people trying to get an Elia Beach Club, and my boss handed me a cell phone to fill it out. I was in a rush, didn't read everything, and I have very fat fingers. It's all my fault. I completely take responsibility for that. These do not reflect my current ethical standards or my dedication to legality or transparency. The objection to my gaming employee registration now 3 years ago come September appears to heavily weigh on the past events that no longer legally exist and do not reflect on the person I have become or am today. I have not only fulfilled my legal penalties, including probation and community service, but I've also engaged actively in community service, authored 3 books, 2 of which are published, aimed at helping veterans with PTSD, a testament to my positive contributions to society. Given the significant time elapsed and my proven track record of good behavior, community involvement, I respectfully request the Commission reconsider the decision made. My continued commitment to integrity and high standards required by the gaming industry are clear. I'm eager to demonstrate my suitability for the role under the Commission's guidance. And that being said, I am a disabled veteran. I'm honorably discharged from the Army. I have my MBA, which I think is a huge pretty fantastic. And considering that no one else that I work with or have worked with in gaming in the host side has an MBA or any education of sort. I've never drank, I've never smoked, I've never done any drug in my life. And I'm on my daughter's SOT, which is school organization team, as the chair. So I do all of like I hired a new principal, give the principal, raise money for school. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. This is nerve-wracking. And I help with hiring practices with the school. I've with the Clark County School District, and a lot of things in golf with veterans. I've helped significant veterans with free golf lessons, and still do to this day, and work closely with the VA to help veterans with PTSD, as I have PTSD. And both my books are, one's called Facing the Odds, The Healing Power of Poker. I know you spoke about the WSOP earlier today. That's a big influence in my life. And it's the healing power of poker and my battle with PTSD, and how poker was an unconventional therapy to help me alleviate PTSD, which is not very common. And then Swinging to Serenity, my other book, it's the healing power of golf and how golf can help you through your PTSD, etc. And I've donated thousands of copies of these books to veterans organizations and golf organizations, and all throughout the community of Las Vegas. And I would like the opportunity to be in gaming again and have a long career in gaming. I plan to live here my whole life in Vegas. I plan my daughter to live here. She's 7 for the rest of her life, and hopefully go to school at UNLV, even though I didn't. I do love the city, love all my friends. From the Boyd family to the Fertitas, they're close friends and golf buddies of mine, to Andrew Chung, who owns Panda Express and is a big person in the community. I want to help all my friends in gaming and hosting and bringing them to our community, bring money to our community. And I would love that opportunity. And I believe 3 years without a gaming license, I've done my best to continue to make money for my family and continue to bring business and people to the city of Las Vegas and the gaming industry to earn everyone money aside from myself. But I'm going to continue helping everyone. And even if I don't have a gaming license, I'm going to be an awesome proponent to the city, gaming industry. I just would love to be a part of it for the rest of my life. So it's about all I could say right now. I just respectfully request my gaming license back.
Thank you for your comments and presentation. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Marcantonis. Or pass.
No. Thank you.
Trying to.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mark.
And it is. Thank you for your service. If is resulted into, you have done your best to recover from that, and it's admirable that you'll write books or whatever you do to try and help other people who may have the same afflictions to get on the straight road. And I believe you're very sincere when you refer or reference your youngster, the 6-year-old. That would be enough to change anybody's thinking for a long time. And keep at it. Don't let your guard down. Obviously, as you've heard Chair Togliatti mention, we're restricted to what we have in front of us. We've read it in depth. We want, it is not our business to keep people out of our industry. It is our business, our task, to make sure that our industry has a stellar reputation, and that's what we do. So we appreciate your explanation of what you've achieved subsequent to your errors, and I can't say to you, well done. I would like to hear more also from my fellow commissioners now, as we hear more about what you have achieved and how you see the future. When you say you want to be back in the industry, how do you see being back in the industry is your role. In what role do you see yourself being back in the industry?
So my goal has been, I moved here from Los Angeles and I was in the film industry previous. And with being in the film industry, I was a photographer for many celebrities, everyone from Tom Cruise to Elon Musk to Ryan Reynolds and etc. And with that they became my friends. And I planned their trips out here to this day, even though I don't make any money anymore off of it. I was a host when I did start. And so I brought them to the city, brought them to the casinos, to MGM, to the Palms previously, and encouraged them off of my word, because they trust me, to come spend their money in our city to bring advertisements. Mark Wahlberg is here and he's a good friend of mine, play golf together. And he's here partially because he asked me my opinion, and I lived here before I moved here. And it's a lot of really stellar individuals that I love to bring to the city because I love the city. I love this town. I love our valley. And that's how I anticipate me being back in the industry, is hopefully hosting these high net worth individuals coming to all the, with all their money and influence back to our city, and giving everyone not just Las Vegas is the gambling mecca or Sin City, giving them the idea that this is a beautiful place to be with your family, with your friends, to come on vacation, go to shows, all the things that we already do. And I'd like to continue being a host and hopefully build my way up into maybe owning a business in the gaming industry. Like Genesis Gaming is a good friend. They own Bravo Poker, and I was a consultant with them for a little bit, just passing where I help them with a lot of things that they're doing in the poker industry. Because they're my friends. And by consultants, I mean, they ask me questions, I give them my honest opinions, and I refer people to their business to help their business. I don't necessarily make any money off of it, but I do help everybody with connections that are high net worth individuals, with the WSOP, which is Jack Effel and company, and really good friends of mine. And I just like to continue helping them from an aspect inside of gaming where I can make money off of my connection. Or if I refer people to a casino, I'm able to profit off it a little bit, but I haven't been able to in the last 3 years. That's how I see myself in the gaming, and hopefully down the road, maybe owning a casino, maybe owning something really nice, or just helping. And that's what I want to do ultimately with my life. So.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Calhoun.
Of course. Thank you, Commissioner.
Interesting.
Commissioner Silver, excuse me, Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Thank you for your presentation today. I'm curious to know how much restitution you paid Anavos Productions Company in your criminal case.
There was no restitution.
There was no restitution
There was no
ordered?
restitution. No, the company had a class action lawsuit, and they actually went under about a week after my money ran out for my legal team, and I had to come to a plea. But they have about 4,000 cases against them, class action lawsuit. They went under, and Dana Gasser, the owner of Anovos, actually fled the country. So he had to come talk to the DA to give me a restitution, but he never showed up. So there was
they never gave an amount.
They never gave an amount of restitution, correct. So
which would also preclude a judge ordering restitution.
Yes.
If a victim does not.
I apologize for my legal jargon.
That's okay.
But yes.
I understand what happened. Thank you.
Of course, Commissioner. Thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions at this time, but thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And how do it's Calhoun?
It's Calhoun. It's Gaelic, the QU silent.
There you go. Calhoun, thank you for being in front of us.
Absolutely.
Thank you for an extensive reading assignment
I apologize.
related to this. It's the events that happened prior, we've spent a lot of time on, and that's beyond me. I'm unsure what you just said in your opening statement, though, that expunge means something in California. We do different things here, but you said it was a not guilty plea that was accepted by the.
They did after everything recently last year is my lawyer gave me an exact quote for it. It was after everything was said and done last year, a not guilty plea was entered by the court and the case is ordered dismissed and conviction set aside. So California doesn't have expungement from my understanding. This is what they do for expungements now. So that is their definition of an expungement, but I have something on my phone, if you don't mind. I could pull up specifics. I apologize. And
Maybe one
so
of my colleagues can help me on.
We can help you. Sometimes when there's negotiations, if he successfully, like in this case, he completed probation, depending on the negotiation, we don't have that in front of us, but the conviction will be set aside and it will be dismissed as part of negotiations in a case. In fact, it's extremely common. And Judge Assad knows that too. There's submittals on the record. Ultimately, if you do everything the court orders, the case will be dismissed. It's super common.
So do you have something addition?
Oh, no, I was just California expungement is just what I said.
Okay.
That's it.
And so, but now I'm on your GER, and that's why we're here today.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate you being full throat about being, an idiot. Your word, not mine.
Absolutely.
But to not appropriately fill out the application, but that's a big deal. Regardless of the status of what happened in California, when you filled out that document, I think it needed to be cited. And you were, I appreciate all you're doing. Thank you for enduring things. And I don't know where you were, but very few people get to experience and have the trouble to experience. So thank you for all that you've done, the PTSD efforts you forth, your MBA, your volunteering in Clark County, an author. You have a fascinating list of friends. All of that's very appealing, but we're here because of how you filled out your application and did so wrongly. And that's, I think, what we're going to be discussing.
Yes, Commissioner. And very simply, and I mean, not so simply, it's I take responsibility fully for my error on the application. And at Elia Beach Club, which is where I was working at the time, my boss, Adam Fair, handed me a phone with the application in which he said I had to put a credit card in, pay the $5 and fill this out. And there was a line of about 200 people trying to get to Elia. This is not an excuse. This is my fault. I fully accept it. I was just clicking if I needed to fill something out, fill something out like my name. But if there was a little button like, hey, continue on, I just continued on. And that's my fault for not reading it clearly, for having not going through it fully, for taking the anxiety of the situation I was in to fill it out quickly and not efficiently, and not where I'm reading everything that's in front of me. And that's my fault. 100% on me. I did it. And I'm not going to say, and I just, from that day on, from everything that happened 3 years ago when I lost my license, I've read every single paper I've ever filled out since then, every single legal document I've read full front to back. And that was my lesson. It's been 3 years of me not being able to work in an industry I love because of my mistake. And I would just like the opportunity to be a positive influence in gaming for the foreseeable future, to be a good influence on my daughter, to everyone that's growing up, every veteran in town. I just want to be a beacon of, hey, I made a mistake. I've been punished for my mistake for 3 years. And for the future, I could share my mistakes so no one else makes the same mistake. And that's what I would like.
Thank you for your comments. They are appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Heard.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, at this time is your opportunity to sum up, because then I will ask if someone has a motion, and then we'll hear what that motion is, and then there'll be comments and discussion on the motion potentially between us. But this is your last chance to speak.
Chairwoman, Commissioners, I appreciate your time, your questions, and I just very sincerely would like the opportunity to be in gaming again. I would like to be a positive influence on gaming for my foreseeable future, and I would like to be in the city for a long time. And the biggest thing I see doing in this city is helping in gaming everywhere and around the city. You can't really get a job without gaming. So to provide the best life for my daughter and the best life for my future, and to help most people, I believe, would like the gaming license to have that opportunity. But again, I appreciate your time. And no matter the decision, I'm so thankful for the time and effort you guys put into reading everything. And thank you.
Thank you. So I will open it up for any motion that anyone wants to make and subsequent discussion on that motion. I don't know, I'm getting whiplash here.
All right, I'll make a motion. Thank you, Chair Tagliati.
Thinking.
I would make a motion to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Reed Mitchell's registration as a gaming employee.
Okay, there's been a motion made. Oh,
I'm sorry, it's the wrong individual.
oh, you have to, number 2, Cole. I think you,
I'm sorry, I read the wrong, but I meant his name. I'm sorry, it is Calhoun. I'm sorry. Thank you for catching that.
do you want to just remake
Do I have to
it?
re-say it?
Please.
Okay, let me find that. All right, I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Shan Calhoun's registration as a gaming employee.
Okay, so there's been a motion made. Discussion on the motion.
Just for clarification and going forward, I mean, actions have consequences, and I think that's why my Commissioner Silver made that motion. So if this is approved today, you have a year, not approved, but if your motion is passed, Mr. Calhoun has the opportunity to come back in 1 year time.
It's already on reconsiderations. So it'll be up to
Yes, the recommendation is for 1 year from the hearing officer. The regulation is 5 years by default, so you would have to do a specific finding that you would recommend 1 year pursuant to the recommendation of the hearing officer.
And I just wanted to get that out there. I think that's important. I think it's very, very close. It's been 3 years, but the recency, it's still recent. But I hope if this motion does pass today, that we would see you again in a year or so.
I'm just saying.
For me, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you finished? Okay. I read everything closely, including this vertical line emails that were very difficult to read. I feel that Mr. Calhoun's demeanor and his acceptance of responsibility to me carried a lot of weight. I would be inclined to reverse it, but certainly if we're going to sustain it, then I would recommend that we not have him wait the 5 years. I think that we accept the recommendation of the year from the hearing officer. I mean, he's already been out of the industry for 3 years as a result of his mistake. And to me, that's sufficient. I appreciate that might not be everybody's feeling.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have anything to add before I call for a vote on the motion?
I do think that Mr. Calhoun has received self-inflicted punishment. That is for sure. I would not support anything more than a year. I would waver between, frankly, reversing the decision and allowing him the opportunity to re-enter. But I would support 1 additional year because it is still recent, and that is not an onerous time frame. 1 more year, because you have done he has done such a great job in repositioning himself in the last 3 years. I'm very confident from what I've heard today that he would be able to even do more to improve himself in 1 more year. And I would be honored to sit here and look him in the eyes and see him be successful 1 year from now too.
Okay, so with all of those comments said, I think it's appropriate to call for a vote on Commissioner Silver's motion. So I'm just going to go down the lines because I don't know that we have a unanimous decision here. So Commissioner Silver, how do you vote on your own motion? In favor?
In favor. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
I'll support the motion.
Aye, that's three.
Aye.
Nay.
We've already got a majority. I'll vote aye, but I think you will be a tremendous asset to the gaming industry. I wanted. I'm
Could you
sorry. I
restart?
didn't have the microphone on. The motion's already got sufficient support to be passed. So, and I will support the motion as well. But I think you would be an asset to the gaming industry. I appreciate all that you've done. I just want to be consistent when these decisions are made, and whether it's 3 years or 4 years, perhaps in your case, or 2 years, it's just, there's a discretion that's what I'm wrestling with. And the fact that, this first time you've come in front of us, but it's been 3 years, I'm sympathetic to that. So I hope we see you in a year.
So did you formally vote aye?
I said I supported the motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. So the motion has been voted on. There were 4 in favor and 1 against. So you have a year. And we appreciate your appearance here today and your professionalism and courtesy.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the next agenda item?
The court reporter has requested that we take a break.
Okay, no problem. We'll take 5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've come back and we're on the record to continue July's meeting. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to read in the next agenda item.
You have 5 regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5, 6, 7A, 8, 9, 14, and 28 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, who?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be presenting all of these if you're ready.
We're ready. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the Board. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. I will be your presenter today for the entirety of your regulation agenda. For regulations 5, 6, 7A, 9, 14, and 28, I am covering for Ed McGaugh, who could not be here today. I have familiarized myself with these regulation projects and will attempt to answer any questions you may have. I handled the Regulation 8 project from its inception. Turning to the first item read into the record by the Secretary. This proposed change is to subsection 3 of Regulation 5.260. You should have a draft dated May 23rd, 2024 in front of you, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. This is a housekeeping amendment that removes the initial compliance date provided when the cybersecurity regulations were first adopted and replaces it with the time frame by which new covered entities would have to comply with the requirements of the regulation going forward. It's my understanding that Jim Barbie, Chief of the Board's Technology Division, is also available today to answer any questions the commissioners may have regarding the proposed amendment. And would you like me to continue with my presentations for the other regulations, or do you want to stop and deal with this one first?
I think it makes sense to just go on a question by, to have the question at the time that you're talking about it. So does anyone have any questions on this?
Not on this one.
No, please move on. Thank you.
But just,
okay.
I do. The 90-day compliance period was determined how, and in the hearings, the industry didn't have an issue with that.
I will have to defer to Chief Barbie on that, as this was one of Mr. McGaugh's.
Hey, Chief.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Barbie with the Technology Division. I believe we settled on the 90 days as that was a sufficient amount of time for the industry to be prepared to conduct the assessment. They would know that that is an obligation during the licensure process as well. So we would assume that they would start that process much sooner than the 90 days.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on this? Is there a motion?
Yes, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 5.260 as presented in the draft dated May 23rd, 2024, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Please continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the proposed changes to Regulation 7A. You should have a draft dated May 23rd, 2024 in front of you, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. The proposed amendments would replace the term hearing officer throughout NGC Regulation 7A with the term hearing examiner. This change is necessary to be consistent with the terminology used in NRS 463.0163 and throughout Chapter 463 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. In addition, throughout the draft, various non-substantive edits are made to cross-references and other items to bring them into line with the standard format used in the NGC regulations. It's my understanding that Sebastian Ross is also available today to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Judge. Excuse me, Chair Tagliati, excuse me. I only have a comment as to on page 5, and I just want to commend everyone that worked on these amendments here. I know it's, it's very tedious work, and I just had a comment on page 5. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 instances where the words are used, they're pronouns, his or her case. It would be on sub A on page 5, on sub B on page 5, on E on page 5, and also on G on page 5, the his or her. And just generally, it's only because you're already making these amendments, but generally, when I've worked on rules committees, they delete for conciseness gender affiliation and just put like their case. And it would be a suggestion. It's just, I know it's super ticky-tacky, but it just caught my eye as I was reading it. And so I noticed that you took out, for example, it's as a pronoun on a different page, on page 3, with a different rule on regulation 28. But this was left in there as his or her. And it's just, to me, distracting to the reader, but whatever everybody wants to do on that.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Does anyone else share the concern that Commissioner Silver, so you started that, you started it with the judge. Commissioner Silver has. And you're suggesting it be changed to there?
Just there. I think it, especially with the atmosphere nowadays too. That's not necessary. I just noticed that that's something that is out there right now in the world, but we do it more in the Supreme Court for conciseness, for grammar, but it also may affect, when you're talking about gender, it affects people a certain way nowadays, as you know, by emails that you read, especially generationally. So maybe theirs would be more concise, and that would be my preference, but I'll certainly defer to anyone else. It's just not how we do our rules. I know I was just on the appellate rules that we just amended as well, all of the appellate rules.
And I would also note for the record that when we get to Reg 9, that change is made.
Oh, see,
So I realize you're just covering, but we appreciate you being here so that we have, and the work that you did to catch up real quick to present. But you don't see any issues with that suggestion, right?
No, I think whatever word we use, people are going to understand. And I think that there is used as the non-gender specific singular in this day and age. So if that's the pleasure of the commission, then it doesn't cause me any consternation.
And that you already said was consistent with 9.010?
That's a proposed change when we get to regulation 9.010.
Do you think it was an oversight to not be consistent, or
it was taken out,
intentional, or what was?
My guess would be, and it is just a guess, that it wasn't thought of when regulation 7A was being gone through for the issues that are before you today. I just think no thought was given to it, rather than it was intentionally omitted from the changes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you. So commission, yeah. Oh, I was gonna, okay, that's fine.
Madam Chair, my family has instructed me to stay far away from any pronoun issue. But I just want to be consistent. And if we have a chance and get it, through today, if we can, have a motion that would essentially substitute that, do a word search, and we all understand what it is. If we have a chance to be consistent, I think that's important. So I would support Commissioner Silver's motion.
So right now, we're just talking about this change to this regulation only before us. That's all we can do. So right now, if there's going to be a motion that's going to address this particular section, which is, again, 7A, 0.015 through 7A.180 subsection 4, that's the entirety of the section, is the motion you're about to make related to this?
It was going to be to this, and then I was going to add with consideration given to standardizing. But I don't have to make the motion. I was going to say.
I mean, I think we can always make a suggestion to try to standardize other sections that we aren't looking at today, but that's not part of a motion, I don't think. So, okay.
So this really is just the 7A. Okay, we don't have to do the other ones that you just said. Just go ahead with the motion.
Okay, when you're ready.
So I'll make a motion
Okay.
to move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 7A as presented in the draft dated May 23rd, 2024, but also to amend on subsection A, D, E, and G, deleting the words his or her, and on all of those instances, substituting the word their, THER, as recommended. The rest is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board to become effective upon adoption. Is that okay?
I think the
Or do they have to
recommendation,
rewrite it?
if you're going to make a motion, if you want to make a motion to adopt the recommended changes with the exception of, and then fill that in, and instead of using his and her, say their, I think that would do it.
That's my motion.
That would be sufficient, correct?
Okay, so there's a motion before you to accept the recommended changes of the board as it relates to Regulation 7A, with the exception that the his and her language, as detailed by Commissioner Silver, be replaced with their. Correct?
I'm sorry, yeah, it's also on page 6 on sub 4, sorry.
So at each location within the section, I guess is what
Mhm.
you're asking, or the motion that you're making?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So the motion is before us that the amendments as recommended by the board to Regulation 7A, with the exception that any his and her language be amended to reflect their instead, is the motion before us. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor of Commissioner Silver's motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
If the commission is ready, I will move on to Regulation 8.130.
Please.
Okay. Before you today for your consideration and possible adoption are proposed changes to Regulation 8.130. The draft before you is dated May 23rd, 2024. The board recommended this draft to you at its regulation workshop on May 23rd, 2024. The purpose of the draft before you today is to exempt loan transactions involving funds from an independent financial institution from reporting requirements. Financial institution is defined in Regulation 5.115, subsection 2G. Essentially, a licensee would not have to report loans from a bank authorized to do business in Nevada to the board. The reason for the proposed change is that these types of transactions do not raise any regulatory concerns for the board. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this.
Excuse me. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Does anyone have a motion?
Certainly. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 8.130 as presented in the draft dated May 23, 2024, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board to become effective upon adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
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 And it appears there are none opposed. Excuse me,
Turning
the
to-
next section.
Yes. We have proposed changes to Regulation 9.010. You should have a draft dated May 23rd, 2024 in front of you, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I will briefly go through each change by subsection. Subsection 1 adds the term licensed before gaming establishment to match the term defined in NRS 463.0169. Reformats the cross-references to NRS Chapter 463B and Regulation 17 to conform with the current format used in the NGC regulations. I would note for the record here that after further discussion of this with Mr. McGaugh, we think that the word section should be replaced with chapter to refer to Chapter 17 of these regulations and eliminate the potential for confusion. Subsection 2 breaks out the various requirements of the current subsection for clarity purposes. Paragraph A addresses the surrender, abandonment, or quitting of a licensed gaming establishment. This provision keeps the requirement that a licensee must surrender its license to the board within 10 days in such cases. It adds a requirement that the licensee notify the board immediately of such action. This is necessary because the board may have to take certain actions at that time, such as conducting a closure audit. Paragraph B addresses the closing of gambling games at a licensed gaming establishment. Adds a requirement that licensees notify the board immediately should they close all of the games on their premises. Again, this is necessary in case the board has to take certain actions relating to the closure. It clarifies that the licensee has 10 days after the expiration of the 30-day period to surrender its license. Currently, it is not clear whether it has 10 days from the closing of the games or 10 days from the expiration of the 30-day period in which it may close its gambling games. It also adds the term gambling before games. Paragraph C adds a requirement that any request to close the games for a period of greater than 30 days must be made in writing. Paragraph D states that a licensee's failure to comply with the requirements of paragraph A or B is an unsuitable method of operation and grounds for disciplinary action. Subsection 4 clarifies the provision applies to closures due to voluntary remodeling or other construction projects. It replaces the term licensed with gambling to be consistent with the statute and other subsections of this regulation. It revises cross-references to the NRS to match current format used in the NGC regulations. Subsection 5 replaces the term licensed with gambling to be consistent with the statutes and other sections of this regulation. Representatives from the board's Tax and License Division are also available today to answer any questions the commission may have about the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the proposed changes to Regulation 9?
Just to clarify, Dag McKenna said that we're replacing the word section with chapter.
Yes.
What am I missing? Okay, so it's just that one occasion. All right. So just want to make sure that the motion is, if it's to pass, it just makes that one change. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, anybody else?
May I ask a question just for my own education, Chair? So does gambling games include, I mean, it's obvious, slot machines, tables, things. Does that include sports books? I mean, is that classed? I just don't know. I'm just trying to learn. Is that a gambling games?
Yes, a sports book is considered a game under the Gaming Control Act. It's a pretty old opinion before my time, but yes, it is included.
Oh, thank you for that.
If there's no more questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, yes, I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 9.010 as presented in the draft dated May 23rd, 2023, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the following modification. In subsection 1, replace the word section with the word chapter to refer to Chapter 17 of these regulations to become effective upon adoption.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
And just for clarity, Chair, the date is May 23rd, 2024, not 2023.
Apologies, yes, I meant,
Okay,
I amend my motion.
okay, so the motion has been amended to reflect the, that date. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Can we briefly go back to the, Judge Silver's motion, excuse me, Commissioner Silver's motion on Regulation 7A? I just want to clarify. I'm not sure the language effective upon adoption was included in the motion. And I'm not sure she remembers because we had a long conversation. So I guess just to be clear, before we recess this meeting, do you want to revisit your motion and restate it so that we can have the full language that you would like and make sure that it's effective on adoption? You may have said it, but honestly, Commissioner Solis Rainey doesn't remember. I don't remember. I don't know that you remember. So let's just do it. Make sure it's in there.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7A as discussed about the draft dated May 23rd, 2024, and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, including replacing anywhere within that regulation the words his or her with the word their. This to become effective upon adoption.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? No? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that brings us next to 14010.
Yes, Chair Tagliati. We're on Regulation 14.010. You should have a draft dated May 23rd, 2024 in front of you, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. The proposed amendment repeals subsection 1 of Regulation 14.010 to remove the definition of assume responsibility, as that term is no longer used in regulation. In addition, the remaining subsections of NGC Regulation 14.010 have been renumbered as a result of the deletion. Jim Barbie, Chief of the Board's Technology Division, is also available today to answer any questions the commissioners may have. Thank you.
Okay, any discussion about the proposed changes? Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 14.010 as presented in the draft dated May 23rd, 2024, as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to 28.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You should have a draft dated May 23rd, 2024 in front of you, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I will briefly go through each change by subsection. First, throughout the draft, certain terminology has been updated to match the current language found in the relevant statutes. Over the years, the statutory language has been amended, but Regulation 28 was not. The proposed amendment to subsection 3 of Regulation 28.010 eliminates the list of examples of the types of reports that can be used as evidence of a person's notorious or unsavory reputation. It was felt that the list of examples was dated and unnecessary. The predicate language in the subsection is descriptive enough to cover all relevant reports without having to list examples. The proposed amendments to subsections 1 and 2 of 28.020 replaces any with a to match the drafting rules used by LCB when drafting regulations and statutes. The proposed amendments to subsection 1 of Regulation 28.030 clarifies the process the board follows when determining whether to nominate a person to be placed on the list of excluded persons. The revised language reflects the current process used by the board. The draft also proposes various non-substantive changes to the language and cross-references to align with current format standards. I note here that the word section in subsection 1 of Regulation 28.070 should be changed to chapter for clarity. Sebastian Ross is also available today to answer any questions commissioners may have regarding the changes, and I thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any comments or questions on Regulation 28 as proposed? All right, there being no questions or comments, does anyone have a motion?
Certainly, Chair. I move to adopt the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 28 as presented in the draft dated May 23, 2024, as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, with the following modification. In subsection 1 of NGC Regulation 28.070, replace the word section with the word chapter to refer to Chapter 7 of these regulations to become effective on adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. That brings us to 6.090 and 6.100.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We're in the home stretch. This is the last one. I'm here today to present the proposed changes to Regulation 6.090 and 6.100. The proposed amendments are presented in a draft dated June 5th, 2024, which has been recommended for adoption by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Should the Nevada Gaming Commission accept the proposed amendments, they would become effective upon adoption. These changes would repeal subsection 16 of Regulation 6.090 and subsection 9 of Regulation 6.100. These subsections were adopted by the Nevada Gaming Commission at its regularly scheduled meeting held on March 21st, 2024, as part of a general regulation project intended to reduce the requirements placed on gaming licensees related to the live entertainment tax. As part of that project, certain amendments to the Nevada Administrative Code were also proposed and sent to the Legislative Council Bureau for review. During its review of the proposed amendments, the LCB provided certain feedback. Based on that feedback, the board determined that its original approach was not the best way to accomplish the intended objective. Instead of creating guidelines, checklists, and other criteria for live entertainment tax purposes, the board decided that simply amending the minimum internal control standards, or MICs, or internal control procedures, or ICPs, would be a better approach. This approach would prevent the board from having to reinvent the wheel, as the processes to amend the MICs and ICPs have already been established and have been well tested. Those processes ensure that the industry is provided with adequate opportunity to provide input regarding any proposed changes. This change in approach has rendered the amendments to Regulation 6.090 and 6.100 that were adopted in March 2024 as unnecessary. The proposed amendments you see before you today would remove the added subsections. As mentioned earlier, should the Nevada Gaming Commission accept these proposed amendments, they would become effective upon adoption. Representatives from the board's audit and tax and license divisions are available today to answer any questions the commission members may have about the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on the proposed changes?
Madam Chair, just remind me, so usually most occasions when the Gaming Commission is changing a regulation, it's upon approval. The entertainment tax is required to go back to LCB. Does this have to go back to LCB again, or the fact that they've already made these recommendations, are we final adoption today?
So, Commissioner Krolicki, it's effective upon your approval today. These are actually the Gaming Commission regulations. The NAC regulations, which were amended, were Chapter 368A. And to the best of my understanding, LCB looked at our processes when they were looking at changes to NAC 368A and suggested this change.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the proposed amendments repealing subsection 16 of NGC Regulation 6090 and subsection 9 of NGC Regulation 6.100 as presented in the draft dated June 5th, 2024, as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board to become effective upon adoption.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you for your work today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us next on our agenda to administrative reports. Chair Hendrick, how's it going?
Very good. Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Board is scheduled for its August meeting on Wednesday, August 7th, and we're anticipating a very full agenda that day with 13 non-restricted items that will start at 9 o'clock. The number of non-restricted items, we will start our restricted calendar at 2 p.m. that day. And then we're anticipating also a patron dispute and possibly some minor regulation considerations. We also expect that August board meeting may be the last board meeting in the Grant Sawyer building. We are still waiting for some further information on that. If that happens, it looks like the next Nevada Gaming Commission meeting will be held at the campus over by the airport. We expect to know more in the next couple of months. On this, so
And that's a one-day meeting, even though it's a long day?
long day, one day.
All right, thank you. Anything from our Attorney General today?
No, nothing today.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could we close with our last agenda item, please? Public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, I'll first go to Carson City where I see a shoe, but nothing else. Is there anyone present who wishes to make public comment in Carson City? There's no one present in Carson City wishing to make public comment. Here in Las Vegas, is there anyone present who wishes to make public comment? No one here present wishing to make public comment. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of July. We are adjourned. Thank you.